Tom Odoyo is the head of engineering and product development at CFO Motors Kenya Limited. Previously it was known as Toyota Kenya, but it has changed. He'll explain what CFO is all about. So to invite him, for those people present, kindly those people outside, they can come in, but let us invite him by Nashangwe kidogo. Tom, you can come in. I think Tom will talk about yesterday. MD Rito Kavashe presented something on the automotive sector in Kenya. I think it's a continuation. But the main theme of this presentation today is on competitiveness. Are we competitive compared to the rest of the world in this sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. A distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to be here to represent my MD, Mr. Vindaril, who regrettably was not able to join us today. On behalf of CFO Motors, we thank the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry for organizing this important event to showcase our industry level as a country. So today we want to talk about the automotive sector under the umbrella of KVMA in Kenya. So we realize that our industry as a whole, as assemblers, has an installed capacity of 40,000 units per year. But the current utilization of the plant is only 20 to 30% of the installed capacity, which means we only produce 10 to 15,000 vehicles a year. But our capacity in the different plants that we have in the country is 40,000. So this is a very low. Thank you. Usage. And it's a sharp contrast to the once vibrant local assembly and local content ecosystem in the early 80s, where the economy and the manufacturing sector was very vibrant. If you remember, in the 90s, with the liberation of the automotive industry market and opening up for the second-hand vehicle imports, most of the local content suppliers and the local manufacturing drastically reduced to the current levels. And we know the multiplier effect of the automotive sector from the Global Alliance of Automotive Manufacturers says for every job of one person employed in an assembly plant has a multiplier effect of 10 to 15 jobs indirectly. And so the value chain of the automotive sector affects many industries, which includes the financing sector, insurance sector, vehicle leasing sector, and many other services that come together with the automotive sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we have active 70 local content manufacturers and bodybuilders. And this sector is currently only using 30% of their capacity. So I realize that Kenya automotive sector industry, part manufacturing, for items like leaf springs, wire harness, exhaust pipes, air filters, just to mention a few, is an industry which has a value of about 27 billion shillings as a whole. And so, currently the status of the industry is that they employ about 15,000 Kenyans in those industries. And how do we get the value and the potential? Because there's an immense opportunity for us as a country to grow this sector. The current, sorry. So how do we realize this growth? If you benchmark with the global standards, as a country, are we competitive? Do we achieve the quality that the automotive sector globally has already set? So to do this, the current automotive sector vehicle volume is very low. And this, as I said earlier, is attributed to the liberation of the market without restriction of the gray or second-hand imports. We as CFA Motors are encouraging the partnership with the local content manufacturers to transfer the technology, the skill sets, and the manufacturing capabilities through engaging with our OEM partners who already have the know-how and knowledge to transfer to the local suppliers. But the biggest barrier in this sense is based on the volume that will justify the investments required for these areas. And so, of course, our appeal is for the government to enhance and fast-track the implementation of the policy or framework, such as the National Automotive Policy and the KS 1515, which will give us a better framework to ensure that we can have a backup where our OEM or our partners can say there's a structured way that they can engage with our local suppliers. And this will also realize the increased volume, because currently, like I said, we are only producing 12 to 15,000 vehicles a year, and we have an installed capacity of 40,000 in only one single shift. So with the age restriction and having the framework for the automotive policy, which is already a good document and spelled out as passed by Parliament in Sessional Paper number 1 of 2012, we believe this will increase the industry volume to 24,000 units a year within 3 years of the implementation. And this, again, will also grow the local content value from the current 27 billion to 70 billion in a year. Just to emphasize, this policy framework, if we look at the case studies of South Africa and Egypt, with their good government support and incentives and the restrictions, they were able to grow their automotive sector volumes, and now the economies and the parts manufacturing and vehicle manufacturing in those countries is very vibrant. So this is our request, that if we can have the volume, then we can create the economies of scale so that our parts and our local content manufacturers can upscale to the level that they can meet the global requirement for the OEMs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer. Can we have a better clap? Thank you, Engineer, for presenting that. And I think in the room we have other people from the sector. I think we have a gentleman, Engineer John from Mobius. Just lift your hand. Maybe at the end of the session, if you save time, you can ask a question or give us an input. But thank you, CFO, for your presentation. Welcome. And be around so in case of a question from the audience. Thank you very much. Remember, we are presenting on several sectors, but we are looking at, can someone assist? They are blocked. We are looking at several sectors, but we are targeting on competitiveness. There are many indicators which is used for competitiveness. One of them is Global Competitiveness Index, which we are hoping that the sectors which we are going to talk about will come and address. So, oh, thank you. With me now, we are moving to the next presentation. Is on sugar sector. Remember, sugar sector 20 years ago was doing very well, but currently we've had issues, especially the public sector. So I hope, as part of his presentation, we have Honorable Saulo Busolo. It's a pleasure to meet you, but I hope in your presentation you are going to address what are the issues which are in sugar. Can our sector be competitive? Because of time, let me allow you to continue your presentation. Thank you. Can you welcome him with some claps?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm late. Good morning, everybody. My name is Saulo Wanambisi Busolo. I work with the sugar sector, particularly the farmers. In my previous role in this sector, I worked with the Kenya Sugar Board as director and chairman. And prior to that, I also was vocal on this sector when I was member of parliament for Webuye. And still prior to that, I was still also doing a bit of research on it when I was teaching at this university in the early 90s. But for now, I make noise from the NGO world. So I'm here as chairman of Sugar Campaign for Change. Through this organization, we try to work with millers and sugarcane farmers to talk about issues that affect the industry. Now, the takeaway from what I'm going to talk about briefly, just in terms of bullets or points here, or information points, is one, that this industry is not competitive. And it's not that it's not competitive because of the issues that are raised, but really, strictly speaking, it's just bad management. So that's where I want to begin. Or rather, I want us to have some idea that there's just bad management in the industry. Otherwise, the industry can be competitive. Or else, you wouldn't understand why the private sector section of the industry is thriving while the government sector, part of the industry, is collapsing. So it tells you that the opportunities, results can be achieved in the industry. Then secondly, I want to also suggest that this is an industry that is perhaps wrongly organized or wrongly placed. In my own opinion, I believe that this is an industry that should be housed in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, not Ministry of Agriculture. Housing the sugar sector or subsector in the Ministry of Agriculture, I think, has done it more disservice than perhaps what it would have gained if it was under the gurus of trade and industry in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So those are the takeaways I want us to have by the end of my discussion. Briefly speaking, at independence, just so that we have some idea of what this industry is, at independence, we only had Ramisi at the coast and Miwani near Kisumu. And the annual sugar production at that time was roughly about 30,000 metric tons. And then the imports used to come from Uganda. Uganda was more prosperous than us. Then there's also other imports that used to come from overseas. The imports from Uganda were roughly about 33,000 metric tons per year, and the ones from Uganda, overseas, elsewhere, 27,000. The sugar is basically grown on small scale. At that time, the population of Kenya at that time was roughly 7 million. That's around independence. But over time, the industry has become a multi-billion investment complex. It comprises farmers' land. There is a huge outlay of land for sugarcane growing, right from Bungoma through to Nyanza, and then you get to the coast, Kwale, you find a lot of sugarcane. And the land under cane development is worth 350 billion. So this is something to think about. The cane development, farmers' cane development costs about 28 billion. The investment in mills, we have 16 mills in this country, is roughly about 100 billion. The investment in transportation, sugarcane has to be transported, is roughly about 18 billion. The value of farmers' cane in the field, according to our computation, is roughly 42 billion. So as you can see, this is a huge complex that we're dealing with that is worth consideration by us. Now, there are a few issues, operational issues of why the industry is not competitive. The installed self-sufficiency, the installed capacity in total is roughly about 54,000 tons of cane per day. Working on an average 54,000 tons of cane per day, working on an average of 300 days, and on a sugarcane conversion ratio of tons of cane to tons of sugar is 10:1. This issue of competitiveness arises in terms of recoveries. How much sugar is obtained from the cane that is transported to the factory? In this country, the conversion ratio is 10 tons produces 1 ton of sugar. It may not be the best because the best, the most competitive, people talk of Brazil, India, and Thailand, South Africa, even Malawi here and Zambia. The conversion rate there is about 8. So if you find a factory like Nzoia using 15 or 17 tons to produce 1 ton of sugar, it cannot survive the competition because the best competitive are doing it at 7, 8, 9. Here, the average in terms of competition for government statistics is 10. So that's the issue that can help you calculate if the industry is competitive or not. Now, this is an industry that creates employment. Permanent and casual workforce in the industry is roughly about 50,000. It's a source of livelihood for over 8 million people in this country. It reduces rural-urban migration because it's a manufacturing enterprise within the rural area. It provides revenues. It also has other ancillary advantages like road infrastructure, bridges, health facilities, sports, water facilities, sports teams like Sony, Nzoia, there are also schools. Some of the best schools in this country have been constructed by sugar millers. Chemelil Primary School, Academy, Nzoia, Primary, Mumia, Bukas, and things like that. So they do assist also within the rural area. Then, let me just to give you an example of the uncompetitiveness of this industry. I've talked roughly about conversion ratios and the installed capacity. But you find that part of the uncompetitiveness of the industry arises from lost opportunities of not operating as per installed capacity. Just to give you an example of what we lose, in the year 2021, the lost opportunity in terms of money value was 61 billion. 2022, the lost opportunity, in other words, not meeting the expected production levels, I'm just talking about the values in terms of money so that you know what it is. 2022, the lost opportunity in terms of money value is 70 billion. 2023, which is this year, to date, we've lost 160 billion. So you can see the issues in this industry. Why are there these lost opportunities? Lack of sugarcane, as you are aware. A number of factories in Western Kenya are now closed because there is not enough cane. Why not enough cane? Reason, poor yields. The average production per hectare has been going down. Some claim soils, but I usually don't take that seriously myself because countries like Brazil have been producing sugar for the past 400 years. They still produce sugar. So here I referred earlier on to poor management, bad management. So maybe the crop husbandry aspect of the industry is a bit weak. So there is that issue of lost opportunity. In other words, we have factories, but they do not grind, they do not operate as they're supposed to. Sorry, I'm not very digital. Despite what I've said, this is an industry that has opportunities and it can create results. The sugar industry does not just, part of the problem in this country is that it only produces sugar, but it's essentially a multifunctional industry. It can do other functions, it can produce other things. It can do cogeneration. The sugar industry could be self-sustaining in terms of its own power, but it could also provide power to the national grid. So that's the industry opportunity that is there. That is an aspect of industrialization. There is also capacity for the industry, being a carbohydrate, to veer into, to turn sucrose into chemicals for pharmaceuticals. That a lot of opportunities there that this industry could offer. Food and beverages, that's something that, you know, additions in food and beverages, drinks. So the capacity and opportunities in the industry are heavy. But difficulties with the government don't deal with opportunities, as you know. Government deal with problems. When you see government interfering or intervening in Nzoia or Sony, is because farmers have not been paid. So of course, government is pumping money, that's what we call subsidy, strictly speaking, pumping money into the mismanagement of the local managers, instead of putting money into research to produce varieties that are disease-resistant, varieties that could produce more sucrose, varieties that could produce more fiber, that could go to generate power and things of that kind. To that extent, you find research in the industry is weak. Weak in the sense that since government deals more with the problems than opportunities, the research suffers. I can see a brother here, Mr. Mateta, maybe for those of you who, Mr. Mateta, I can see you here. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this gentleman is an innovator. Thank you very much for being around, my brother. He's an innovator. He has been struggling ever since I knew him in the 90s to have this country do sugar beet. And he has done experiments, and they have been successful. A place like Nyandarua should not only be living on dairy, they could also be earning from sugar beet. And this, the innovations are successful, but the capital and the wherewithal of government to inject, or even private entrepreneurs to move in to assist the growth of sugar beet is a problem. So that's an aspect of research that is already there, open an opportunity that could assist in generating income for people, but also be seen as an aspect of innovation. In summary, what I'm saying is that the industry is important, no doubt about it, but its importance is lessened by lack of vision, correct vision, and this correct vision is what has made me suggest to this August conference that we consider repositioning it in the Ministry of Trade and Industry for purposes of innovation, for purposes of it being having technological capacity to leapfrog and industrialize the rural areas. I think there is so much I can say about it, but for those who want details, I have a document and it will be part of the proceedings and you can read the details in the proceedings. For now, probably I end there in the interest of time, and if there are any questions, we can pick them up. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Busolo. I just wanted to add he was a former member of parliament. I've forgotten the constitution. So, Webuye, it's a sugar growing area, so that's why it's very, he has the facts. Also, I wanted to recognize the same person recognized. I think when you are discussing, I hope you are still in Kirdi. Yes. So those are people of sugar. So, and I think also he has really brought up the issues on sugar. The time was just not enough. And also the issue of competitiveness, which is our main topic here. With that, I'm going to invite Engineer the MD of East African Portland Cement, Engineer, just a minute. The MD of East African Portland Cement, Engineer Oliver Kirubai. Engineer Oliver Kirubai is going to present on the cement sector. Apart from being in East African Portland, I think he's worked in the sector in other industries. So he knows so much about this sector. Remember, cement is very important for the development of a country. It's one of the main ingredients. In Nairobi here, you can see, it's only steel and cement. Most of this building is a forest of steel and cement. So he's going to talk about cement. And then I wanted him to also talk about, are we competitive enough in this sector? And for the other presenters who have come here, I'll send someone to kindly pick your presentation for purposes of follow-up later. So engineer from CFO, Honorable Busolo, we'll want to get that so that in future we can contact you to follow up. So I'll allow Engineer Oliver Kirubai to do a presentation on this sector. Let him also look at the issue of competitiveness in this sector. Welcome. We can appreciate him. Here's a presentation, please.
Yeah, if they have, that's okay. If they don't, I can just use this one. Thank you, MD, Numerical Machining, my friend, Mr. Makateto, for this opportunity, and good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I'd like to, first of all,
there's a presentation on cement, kindly, so that people can follow.
Okay, so thanks, Mr. Makatito, for this opportunity to do this presentation, and especially when we're talking about accelerating Africa Continental Free Trade Area implementation through value chain integration for shared prosperity. And thanks to the organizers of this event, and as the MD for Numerical Machine has mentioned, my name is Oliver Kirubai, Managing Director of East Africa Portland Cement. And I've been in the cement sector. I'm privileged to have worked in 3 cement industries in this country and also outside the country. And being an engineer by profession, something that I've enjoyed to work in the cement sector and seeing the development of the cement sector actually in Kenya. So when we talk about industrialization and when we talk about the cement sector in Kenya, it is a sector actually that we cannot ignore. When we talk about development in our country, when we talk about any country in the world, no country has ever developed without developing its infrastructure. For any infrastructure you see developing in any nation and any country, 20% of that infrastructure development is actually made of cement, 20%. So when we're talking about the East African region expansion and talking about about infrastructure development and economies growing, we're talking about 20% of that is actually a contribution from the cement industry. In Kenya in general, we've got about 8 cement companies. And however, the first cement factories, were built in 1933, and East Africa Portland Cement happens to be that company that was first established in this country in 1933. So I'm privileged to be working for this organization that has existed for about 90 years despite different challenges. One of the things that has really been outstanding in this company is the fact that we maintain the quality of our product and continue to support this country. So today in Kenya, the cement consumption, I'm trying to go through my presentation and seems to be stuck, but I have it, I know what it's all about. So we're talking about the consumption of cement in Kenya today as of last year. Kenya as a country consumed about 9 million tons of cement. And in Kenya today, we've got about 20,000 tons per day of clinker that can be produced. That's our installation. If you want to convert that into cement, it comes to about 40,000 tons of cement that can be sold every day in this country. The challenge we face as an industry is the fact that the efficiency of our equipment and our machines might not be up to standard or to date to produce that capacity that is installed. Mr. Moderator, I'll ask for time. Let me just reboot my system. Sorry about this. I think, like Honorable Busolo, I have a challenge with my technology here. Okay, so there we are, thank you. Yeah, so I think I'll just go all over again. My name is Oliver Kirubai, and as Kenya pursues the economic development in the cement sector emerges as a key driving force to the development in our country. And Kenya's vision, that is 2030, is actually a blueprint for the industrial and economic progress, and the cement industry is pivotal in turning this vision into a reality. So in Kenya, we talk about the Kenya vision of 20 by 30. We're talking about development of our country. The cement industry cannot be ignored in what it contributes to this country. And this is because of what we see as infrastructure development, something that we've seen has taken a very sharp growth from the Thank you. Yeah, so the cement industry cannot be ignored when we talk about development in this nation. And as we said, it's because generally the industry in Kenya contributes about 7.8% of the GDP growth in terms of our country, in terms of the industry. And the cement sector is found inside this. When you talk about roads, when you travel outside the country or within the country, among the things that attract you are the beautiful infrastructural projects, and these range from roads, they range to buildings, to bridges, and even power generation. And all this is a contribution of the cement sector. As I mentioned earlier, the cement sector contributes 20% of every infrastructure project you see in this country, be it power generation, where Kenya today, we are proud to be the leaders in the industry, in the global industry of power generation by producing green energy. This has a big contribution of the cement sector because all the boreholes drilled by our counterparts like the GDC, and we talk about Kengen, the cement industry is involved in providing cement for drilling the boreholes. When it comes to hydropower, all dams are definitely a contribution of the cement that is used to build and steel. And cement contributes 20%, I'd say again, in that industry in terms of power generation. So cement industry is a pivotal industry in Kenya in contributing to the GDP growth. For many years, however, the cement industry has been ignored in terms of development and has been left mostly to the private sector, who have been doing a good job. But there's a lot that can be done in this country in terms of getting ourselves to develop the cement industry much more higher. Kenya is a net importer of clinker and a net exporter of cement. In short, other East African countries, we're talking about Uganda, we're talking about northern Tanzania, we're talking about Rwanda, and all the way to DRC and Sudan, depend on Kenya for their cement, showing that Kenya, we've got a great opportunity to export more cement into this country and therefore get the much needed revenue and that we can get from our neighboring countries. So cement is the foundation of Kenyan infrastructure and construction. It fuels economic growth. Every time we talk about economic growth, you cannot ignore cement. Today in Kenya, about 3,000 employees get direct employment from the cement sector. And behind every cement employee, there are about 10 employees that handle our product. And this just from the packing line, to the hardwares, to the fundis, to the people that are on the construction sites, to the people that sweep our roads, all those actually depending on the cement industry for job creation. And therefore, cement industry is a key fuel to economic growth and supporting the sector, especially in housing and transportation. In our country today, we're talking about affordable housing. And Kenya has a shortage of about 200,000 houses that need to be constructed every year. And one of the key supporters for this affordable housing that the government is driving is the cement industry, and therefore we cannot ignore it. Today, when you come from Westlands and you're going all the way to Today, when you're driving from Westlands and you're going to Athi River, you go through the Nairobi Superhighway, and that is a result of cement. You see structures all over, and therefore, structures not only make us grow faster economically, but also they create beauty in our countries and beauty in our nation. And therefore, cost of transport, cost of logistics gets cheaper, housing gets cheaper when cement industry is well managed. And therefore, cement industry is very pivotal in contributing towards development of our country. Current state of Kenyan cement industry. Kenyan cement industry boasts of substantial production capacity. As I said earlier on, in Kenya today, we produce about 9 million tons of cement. This is not enough compared to what other countries are doing. For example, in Kenya alone, we talk about, in Kenya we talk about the cement consumption per capita is about 190 kilos for every Kenyan, meaning that for 50 million Kenyans, we get about 9 million tons of cement. However, this is far low compared to other developed countries. Just in Africa, if you go to Northern Africa and you look at Egypt, the cement per capita consumption is 500 kilos per person. meaning that if today Kenya is to grow and continue to grow as we are seeing it, we find that Kenya will need about 25 million tons. In short, we are operating with a difference of about 15 million tons today in Kenya. So Kenya cement industry, these are supported by companies like East Africa Portland Cement, Bamburi Cement, Mombasa Cement, the Devik Cement, Savannah Cement. All these companies, still with the production they have, there's more demand for cement in Kenya. And the fact that there's increasing annual cement consumption, it's a good indicator that our country is up for growth. And as long as Kenya infrastructure or the growth is not yet complete, the demand for cement continues to increase day after another. So therefore, the Kenyan cement industry is bound to grow as important for the development of our country because we cannot do that. And all nations in the world have developed through developing the cement sector. Yes, I've mentioned this, that we have 50 million Kenyans, and the Kenya per capita consumption is about 190 kilos at the moment. This is a faster growth because 5 years ago, this was around 107 kilograms per person. And therefore, Kenya produces about 9 million tons of cement. Compared to other developed countries, I've mentioned about 500 kilograms per capita. Kenya actually should be producing 25 million tons to be consumed in the cement sector. The advantage Kenya has, before we go to the challenges that are faced by the industry, the advantage Kenya has, especially in this region, they've got very large deposits of limestone, which is the key raw materials. 90% of cement is made out of limestone. That's calcium carbonate. If you go to counties at the coast, along our coastal line, we've got what we call coral stone, which is a rich source of calcium carbonate. If you come to Kajiado, where you find Simba cement and East Africa Portland cement, there are large deposits of limestone. If you go to Kitui, we've got large deposits of limestone at Kanzuki. If you go to Isiolo, there are large deposits of limestone. This is unlike our neighboring countries like Uganda that do not have limestone and are struggling actually to bring up the cement sector. Therefore, Kenya has this opportunity to exploit these minerals or these deposits and be able to give be able to give cement to our neighboring countries, that is northern Tanzania, Uganda, DRC, and basically the Lake region countries. And therefore, Kenya has this opportunity to grow its capacity every day to be able to supply the much-needed cement in growing the East African region, and that has been blessed to have DRC in it. And DRC brings 90 million people into the East African community, family, and therefore meaning that 90 million people, even if today they are to take just 100 kilos per person, we're talking about another 9 million tons of cement that will be in demand. What are some of the challenges faced by the cement sector? Despite the growth in the cement sector, there are challenges that the cement sector is facing. And some of these are energy. Power costs is one of the highest costs that the cement industry is facing. About 40% of our cost of cement is actually power. If you look at all cement industries in Kenya, they consume about 3 billion shillings of power every month. The other thing that's challenging is fossil fuels, where the energy needed to run the burning stations and the kilns to make clinker is coal. Kenya has got no exploited reserves of coal. Today, we import coal from South Africa and neighboring Tanzania, and this is 100% imported. However, there are deposits of coal in this country, especially the Moa Basin, in parts of Kwale and parts of Isiolo. And we need to move to mine these deposits so that the cost of fuel can be lower, and therefore this cost can be passed over to the consumer of cement. The other challenge that the cement world is facing, and this is a reality, is sustainability and environmental concerns that are top priority for the industry. Cement industry have been known to be some of the great generators of carbon emissions. and therefore also digging the earth and exploiting the minerals. And this is a key challenge. However, there are steps that we are taking as a cement industry towards this, and this is reducing the pollution by making sure the clinker ratios, and that is the composition of cement, is changed to make sure that we don't use as much raw materials as we are using today. And also other things, looking at alternative sources of energy, like solar, which is already taking place, and also what we call African green coal. That's a coal that's made out of the waste that we see in our country. Today, if you go to our garbage sites in Dandora and all the counties, we've got a lot of garbage, and this can easily be converted into what we are calling African green coal, and already there are projects running into that, and that will be a good substitute for the fossil fuels that are going to actually lower the cost not only of energy, but stop environmental pollution. Among the impact the cement industry has in the environment are impacts on soil, on air through the emissions, and the impact on water in terms of discharges, and the impact of health. And towards this, the cement industry is moving at a very high speed, importing modern technologies, where we talk about, we call WRMs, waste heat recovery mechanisms, where we're talking about air emissions, talking about 25 milligrams per cubic meter. That's a global standard. And also making sure that any place we excavate, and there are very good examples today in Kenya, where you find where soil has been excavated. If you go down to Bamburi in Mombasa, you find the Halapak. It's a quarry but has been rehabilitated. And all Kenyan companies in the cement sector are being urged and encouraged to actually restore the environment so that we can reduce the impact of cement on the global warming and basic destruction of the environment. What are some of the government initiatives and policies? The government of Kenya has done a lot, especially in terms of championing policies to nurture the cement industry and make sure that it grows. And these are around tax incentives, infrastructure developments, that we find affordable housing coming in with incentives to make sure that land is made available and affordable, and regulatory frameworks that are basically designed to streamline operations and support the industry's expansion. And in the recent past, we've seen about the cement industry being challenged that anybody who's just grinding clinker and importing clinker should do a backward integration to make sure that they build their own clinkerization plant to make sure that the development in this country, and we generate our own clinker instead of importing clinker. And the government is giving incentives towards this to make sure that we build more clinker plants to produce clinker not only for ourselves, but also for the neighboring countries. Sustainability and environmental responsibility, the industry acknowledges its environment footprint and is committed to reduction of the same, as we said earlier, where we're exploring alternatives of energies, where we're talking about solar, we're talking African green coal, and what we call waste heat recoveries. Any heat that has been generated in the company or in the cement making process is recovered and can be converted into what we call a captive power plant. We can generate electricity internally and therefore subsidizing cost of electricity and avoiding wastage of energy. And those are some of the technologies that today Kenya is adapting to grow its cement industry, at the same time sustaining environmental and taking environmental responsibility. On the ongoings of the innovation in the cement sector and cement production enhances efficiency and sustainability. As we've said, many projects right now under study where we've got alternative energy sources, where we're talking about waste heat recoveries, we're talking about green African coal, and we're talking about solar. And these technologies are already popular globally, and Kenya is among the countries that are spearheading at the forefront of importing these technologies in this country. And this Portland Cement is privileged to be among the people that are spearheading the issue of African green coal that will substitute the coal that we use. So the market trends today, as we say, there are many opportunities of growth in terms of infrastructure. Kenya is growing, East Africa is growing, real estate is growing, exports are growing, and therefore the cement industry continues to grow. We see a slow growth that from 2015 coming down 2019, but from 2019 it has been peaking, and that's why the industry has grown from a capital consumption of 107 to 190 at the moment. So internationally, Kenya collaborates with many cement manufacturers to make sure that we get the best technologies and to make sure that we are competitive, and partner with many organizations to drive growth. The future of the cement industry is therefore bright, and Kenya holds enormous potential because of the deposits we've mentioned, supported by geothermal power as well, and green energy that we are creating. In conclusion, Kenya's cement industry is more than a building block. It's a cornerstone of our industrialization, actually, because we cannot industrialize without cement. As we look ahead the industry, we look at being instrumental in shaping the Kenyan economic outlook and the future of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. Maybe a more hearty clap. I know time was the challenge there, and technology. We apologize for that. With that, now we go to our next presenter. But remember, at the end of the day, this session is about manufacturing competitiveness. And at least when you are presenting, let us know about if the sector is competitive enough. When you talk of competitiveness, we are comparing ourselves with other countries. Are we competitive enough? What are the challenges? The next session now, I'm going to call upon the chair of Federation of Kenya Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, Mr. Vimal Patel. Vimal Patel, maybe he'll introduce himself more. He's also the head of the Cosmos Pharmaceuticals based in Lunga here, one of the top pharmaceutical firms. I think he's going to introduce himself. Maybe as he comes, we're one of the top pharmaceutical manufacturing countries in the region. But still, if you go to some of the local hospitals, you'll find some of the imports from other countries. Maybe he's going to talk on that. As he comes, kindly give him a hearty welcome. And also, here's a presentation. You'll excuse him if there's a problem. We've not been able to solve that problem, but you can just continue as they try and resort.
Okay. Good morning to everybody. So my name is Vimal Patel. I represent the Federation of Kenyan Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, and I'm the MD of Cosmos Pharmaceuticals. What I'm going to say is the story behind what the pharma industry is and what we need to do in this country to make us self-reliant, and so that when we have COVID, we're not relying on countries like China, India, or somewhere else. Yeah? When I go through my presentation, it's not about the number of people we're going to employ, but it's the quality of people we're going to employ. We've got a lot of people coming out of university. They need skilled jobs, and that's where the pharmaceutical industry comes in. The big picture of the pharmaceutical industry, if we have to look at it, is that we talk about India, we talk about the Maghreb countries, we talk about Bangladesh. Why do we need to talk about these countries? Why can we not talk about Kenya? And that's our vision. Our vision is that Kenya should be an India of Africa. We should be supplying medicines not only for ourselves, but whole of Africa, and grow the industry accordingly. Because we don't have the slides, what I'll do is I'll say next, 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 okay? So can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. Okay, so next slide, please. So what we have here is we have a compound annual growth between 9 to 12% annually. There are 34 local manufacturers in Kenya. If you look at the health expenditure, when we go to the hospital, almost 20 to 30% is medicinal cost, yeah? 60% of generic drugs are imported. Now, I want to make it very clear, generic drugs are not counterfeits. Generic drugs are like the branded products, but in a generic form. The branded products loses its patent 20 years later, and so that's where the generics come in. And generics are used widely in the UK and America to bring down the health cost. Now, if 60% of imported drugs are generics, that shows we have a possibility and capability of making these locally. Create 20,000 indirect jobs. As I said earlier, it's within the factory, the scientists, and then the allied industries like packaging, etc., that come in. 70% in value terms is imported from overseas. That means you're spending more dollars going out than dollars coming in. Okay, so if I spent $1 to get a finished product, with $1, I can get a lot more raw material to make a lot more of that product that I'm importing. I think that's what we need to realize. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. What we need to do is we need to grow the Kenyan market share of locally made products from 30% to 50%. Earlier I said that 70% is imported. There is a 31% growth rate that we can do export. So I think we need to look at now, is there a potential to bring in the dollars in? Going local means one thing. Our health security is looked after. The second thing is that we need to realize that not all medicines are perfect. We've heard of counterfeits, we've heard of substandard. There's so many companies in India, 50,000 plus companies in India which make pharmaceuticals. Some are very good, some are terrible. You don't know what medicines is coming to you. Something packaged nicely doesn't mean the content is that good. Why would a locally manufactured product be any different? The reason is that we're controlled by regulatory, Pharmacy Poisons Board. They can walk into the company anytime and see how medicines are made. And I always say to everybody, medicine is not based on the quality of testing. It's based on how you develop it and how you manufacture consistently. Right? So that anybody goes in, they can actually see how it's made. There's a huge potential in the export market. There's an export market potential of $700 million. We're only doing $63 million. We can double this, and we can triple this. That's the potential. Now, we need to move much faster than our neighboring countries does, because if they do, we will be left behind. Next, please. Next, please. If we promote our products, we get volumes. When we get volumes, the cost of production comes down. Yeah? The security is there, the job creation is there. When the company grows, everybody knows that these entrepreneurs will invest money on two things. One, on the infrastructure. Two is quality, both quality personnel and quality in terms of testing. If this increases, our cost of production goes down and we become very competitive. I want to tell you a story about India. In '63, India had the highest cost of medications. What India did, they closed the border off and they told multinationals, you want to sell your product? Put a factory here. They encouraged the local cottage industry, which is the pharmaceutical, to grow up. In that capacity, they grew, and then they opened the market up. Now they're supplying to America and Europe and the rest of the world. And everybody looks at, wow, India. We need to replicate that story here. KEMSA procurement. There is a list of a master roll of products that they've already said that the government should buy locally, and plus we're pushing that anything made locally should be bought locally, not from overseas. KEMSA should still be there. We should rationalize, improve the efficiencies of KEMSA supplying to the counties. If KEMSA is not good and you have individual KEMSAs in counties, it's adding problem. Let's sort out one KEMSA. We need to improve the payment structure that KEMSA does. Some of us don't even get paid for half a year. Yeah? The Public Procurement Act needs to be changed. An example, when we look at preferential payment term or procurement procedures, as a manufacturer, we get 15% price preference. But if you're an importer and a 51% Kenyan shareholder, you get 10%. So there's a 5% differential. It doesn't make sense for a manufacturer to put up a huge plant, infrastructure, rather just import. So that needs to be changed. Next, please. Next one, please. The pharma industry is very regulated. We have what we call GMP fees. We got registration, etc., etc. So what we are saying is like what other countries do, is that those products which are made locally and they want to import, increase these fees. If they think they want to be competitive, they will come. Otherwise, we create our own industries. Instead of 34, we have 50 companies, 60 companies. Let other companies from overseas come and invest in this country. And that brings competitiveness. With competitiveness, that brings innovation, quality, etc. Next, please. Now, going local, as I said, medicine security. There is a huge cost, an intangible cost that we don't really understand. COVID taught us. Let's not forget about it, because something like COVID is going to come again, and we should be ready for that. So what's the next step we need to do in the next 5 years? Is from 30% local, we need to go to 50% and work our way over. It has proved that when we produce locally medicines and we supply to the government, we are much faster than a finished product coming from overseas. And I'll tell you a story, COVID. My company and other companies, during COVID time, we were running all the time. We never stopped production. And there was a drug called azithromycin that was used when people had COVID. Yeah? And we were supplying. Because we had the stock, we could supply, and India had closed off. So there is an advantage there. Making medicines affordable is the key to making sure that people are healthy in the rural areas, etc. I said earlier, the other thing about local is the Pharmacy and Poison Board can come anytime to a factory and inspect it. Whereas if you go to India, multinationals has to get a visa, they have to tell in advance the factory when they're coming, so the factory has time to clean up the floor and everything and make it look beautiful. That's not what is quality. Quality is when you walk in and see consistently something being made properly. Now, what do we need to do here? That's the key question. First and foremost, we need to look at our policies. Right now, medicines is under exempt. I wonder how many of you know what's the difference between VAT exempt and VAT zero rated. Most of our parliamentarians think it's almost the same, because exempt means nil, zero means zero. But it's not. Medicines, when it's exempt, for people like us in the pharmaceutical industry, is that when we build a factory, all the VAT that is there becomes a cost. The electricity bill that we pay every month, ranging from about 5 to 7 million shillings, the VAT becomes our cost. The services And all these other things that has VAT on it becomes our cost. In zero rated, what it means that although we pay this VAT, we can recover it. Now an importer, can I give you an example? An importer may have a bill of 200,000 shillings electricity bill. You can work out the VAT, which is 16% on that, and a manufacturer will have a bill of 6 million shillings. And look at the VAT. For him, the cost is less. For the manufacturer, the cost is a lot more. And we forget that all these other things that we try to save, there is other costs and other revenues that we give. Yeah, in terms of employment, in terms of all the other taxes, corporate taxes, etc., PAYE, etc. So we need to harmonize that. The second thing we need to do is to bring exemption even to certain infrastructural costs that we have. Right now they've given exemptions to machinery and HVAC. But what the problem is that when I started building my factory expansion, although I had a letter from Treasury which gives exemption, KRA, which is the right hand or the left, did not believe it. And I incurred damage my machineries were stuck for 3 months and I had high damages. So this brings an issue. What we need to do here is very simple. What do we need to do to change everything? Execute. The policies are here. Implement. Let's not talk about it. Let's just execute it. 9/10 of winning the game is execution. And we need to execute this. We need to be serious that this is a pharma industry we want to concentrate on. These are the asks and we need to do it. And it's very little that needs to be done. Yeah? Sort out the VAT Act. Make sure there's exemptions on certain things like even testing equipment. Can I tell you something here? This is the funny thing about it all. They've given us exemption on machines, but when it comes to laboratory instruments which are meant to be testing the quality, they don't give exemptions. Isn't that odd? Sugar, they've given us exemption. My friend here talked about sugar. I've got people who have imported sugar, they're stuck. They gave an exemption on the excise duty. Now they're stuck, KRA wants excise duty on it. These are the things that we need to really sort out. And if we can sort this out, there's a great opportunity for all of us. Not only business, our health as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vimal. You can see there's a lot of content in the presentations today. I think what he was also trying to say, the issue of local, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, which is, it will be in all the sectors, which you should promote. So before COVID, we preferred buying from some of those countries mentioned, but during COVID, we could not import. We were depending on the local farms. Apart from the medicine, also remember your sector plus other sectors. You also did the masks locally, which was not being done before. Thank you for that. Our next presenter is, oh, you've come. Okay. I was not seeing you earlier. Our next presenter is Dr. Binal Kantaria, MD of Elgon Kenya Limited. He's going to present on agro-processing and value addition. And of course, as you have said earlier, all the presentation we should collect so that we see how to engage in future. Dr. Bimal will introduce himself. Can give him a hearty welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. My name is Bimal Kantaria. I'm Managing Director of a company called Elgon Kenya Limited. We're the largest agro-inputs company in the country, started 125 years ago by my great-grandfather. Similar history to my friend here, Vimal. 125 years and in 5 countries, so long history. I'm the 4th generation in my company. I also chair a number of organizations, including the Agriculture Sector Network, where Honorable, my friend here, Bulsara, is in charge of sugar sector. I chair the Fertilizer Association of Kenya. So a number of agriculture organizations we work with. My speech this morning is about value addition, and I think that's extremely important in agriculture, as you know. Agriculture, as you know, constitutes about 40% of the nation's GDP, but more importantly, constitutes about 60% of the total manufacturing base in this country. If you look at all the biggest companies in this country, they're all related to agriculture, including, we spoke about textiles yesterday. Cotton is another agriculture product. Coffee, tea, you name any kind of industry in this country, there's an agriculture base behind it. So therefore, the discussion today about value addition, integration is extremely important in agriculture, and I think it's the missing link. And that's why I'm quite happy that this seminar is taking place, simply because if you look at the top 5 exports of this country, 4 are agriculture. Of the 4, coffee, tea, horticulture, floriculture, only one, floriculture, has a bit of value addition in it. The rest, we're actually exporting just basic raw material, which is a real big shame, because our customers in Europe are taking our coffee and tea at a very minimal price. They're processing it and selling it back to us in terms of instant coffee at maybe 100, 150 times what we sell to them. So there's a massive amount of money that we're leaving on the table because we're not doing any value addition in this country. And that's where the biggest criticism we have. And that's what ASNET, FAK, and all our organizations, including the sugar sector, are talking about every single day. I am quite happy to note that the Kenya Kwanza government has prioritized 6 value chains out of the 10. They're agriculture. I'll just go through them. The leather, oil production, pyrethrum. Sugar is one of the things I really wanted to put on the agenda. Coffee, tea, and horticulture. So a number of the key value chains that the government is talking about are agro-based, which is excellent. And all of these industries, unfortunately, add very little value addition in it. If you look at, I'll give you an example, potatoes. We all know a potato, a sack of potatoes. Some of you are farmers, or a lot of you are farmers. You sell your potatoes, a 90-kilo bag at 1,500 shillings per 90-kilo bag of potatoes. If you go to KFC today, or any chicken and chip shop, if you buy chips from that using the same potato, you'll spend 250 shillings on basically 100 grams of potato. So roughly 10 to 15 times value addition the farmer has lost out because he's not adding any value to it. So what are the things we want as industry? There's about 6 different things we want from industry, which we're constantly lobbying with government. One, my friend here talked about, Vimal talked about the investment allowances. As you know, Kenya government has gradually reduced all the investment allowances in machinery. We want it to be reversed. We want 120% investment allowance on all new machinery coming in this country. At the moment, if you buy new machinery, the government is giving you 70% investment allowance, down from the 100. So they've actually reversed our industrialization policy. So we want it to come up again to 120%. If you import machinery in this country, there's now duty and VAT on all our machinery, including agriculture machinery, which previously never used to have VAT. And Vimal explained to you about zero and exempt. We have the same problem in agriculture machinery. Everything is now has either 0% or is either exempt or has VAT. Again, completely missing the point of industrialization of agriculture. Again, we want that to be reversed. We have a big discussion going on internship program in agriculture sector. At the moment, there's no incentives for us to have any interns in our companies. And we are requesting government to look at giving us rebates or some sort of way of that we increase more interns in our companies. And we're having a discussion at the moment with TVET on how government can help us with a refund on if you take on an intern into our companies. The fourth one, which is excellent, there's a lot of reforms happening in the coffee sector. But we want the government to look at how to do reforms in value addition in our coffee sector. We're still talking about exporting basically berries out there, but there's no much discussion on what do you do with the berries. Why can't we process them in this country and add value into them? So we export semi-processed berries or even finished product across the countries. So coffee reforms are good, but I think there should be more involvement in the private sector. The government is looking at industrialization parks across the country, which is excellent. It's bringing farmers along in the same room. They want to talk about customers, which is excellent. The industrialization parks and aggregation parks are excellent, and the private sector is fully supporting that, particularly in the agriculture sector, but we want them to be hastened. And finally, we want to talk about more multi-value chain boards. If you look at any farmer in the village, he's not only doing coffee or tea, he's doing lots of other stuff in it. He's doing livestock, or he's doing coffee at the same time, or tea, or horticulture. Each farmer is doing multiple products. So there's no point having just a coffee board or a tea board. We want some of these things to be multi-sectorial coffee board, including dairy and stuff like that, so that a farmer is represented by one authority rather than having multiple value chain boards out there. So ladies and gentlemen, mine is very quick. Some of these discussions, we're having them with various other ministries, but I'm really proud and happy that the Ministry of Industrialization has taken on this very important subject of adding value to our products, and agriculture being probably the single biggest sector in this country probably needs more attention than any other sector, bar, of course, pharmaceuticals. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. One thing he has done is really use time properly. It's within the time. Thank you very much. Daktari, maybe Sharon, maybe you can pick the contacts. We know we can get him, but it's good to pick the contacts today. Next is representative from Kenya Development Corporation, something on financing. Madam Judy, is she there? Okay, she's coming up. I think, as we said earlier, this session is about competitiveness. There are several world indexes which can be used to measure competitiveness. One of them is Global World Economic Forum Global Competitive Index. And there's a way it affects the local sectors if it is low. Judy, you're not ready? Time. Okay, others like, we have others like, and Kenya has not been doing very well because I think Kenya has been around 90, 100 there most of the years. If a country is at that rate, it means sometimes the local manufacturers cannot be able to even have some MOUs or collaborations with some big foreign companies, or the other big foreign companies might not come in easily. It reflects bad on the country, on the business. But we have others where the ministry previously intervenes, like ease of doing business, which you are doing very badly over 10 years ago. We are doing slightly better, but it doesn't mean we are out of the wood yet. We have other indicators like Human Development Index, global innovativeness, global talent, and so on and so forth. So maybe as we go forward, if you feel you can speak to some of them as local Nene, you can also tell us. I hope I'll save some time for you to continue commenting, and I'll allow more people to comment in this area. Thank you very much. Now we have Judy representing her CEO, Madam Nora Ratemo. She is from Kenya Development Corporation, and one of the issues maybe she needs to address is how to provide finance to some of these sectors, okay? But what also is the challenges is doing the same, apart from any other issue she is going to bring up. With that, can you kindly appreciate her as she comes along? Thank you. Just to assist her, she'll just tell you to forward and using this so that she can...
I'm hoping you have the presentation. Oh, okay, yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Judith Omachar. I'm representing our Director General, Madam Nora Ratemo. And as our moderator has said, basically today as KDC, we would like to share some appropriate financing mechanisms for industrialization. And before I get into this presentation, or in terms of what we have to share as KDC, I think it's important for us to just share who is KDC, because KDC stands for Kenya Development Corporation. And basically, just to know a little more about Kenya Development Corporation, we are a development finance institution wholly owned by the government, actually the largest development financial institution in Kenya. KDC started operations in 2021. However, KDC has a very rich history because it is made up of it was formed out of a merger of 3 development finance institutions. That was ICDC, Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation, which had existed for very many years, I think since the 1950s, IDB Capital, and Tourism Finance Corporation. So the idea of forming KDC was to come up with one multi-sectoral development finance institution that would cater for the needs across diverse industrial sectors. So basically the main mandate of KDC is to catalyze economic development by providing various financial solutions to different sectors of the economy, including even advisory services. So basically the corporation plays a critical role in addressing critical gaps in the sectors. No, it's not. So second slide, please. It's okay. So basically, why manufacturing sector? The reason why I talked about KDC is so that you can understand where KDC is coming from, and then why is the role that KDC plays in the manufacturing sector. So our view of the manufacturing sector, and I believe this is the government view as well, it's a very important sector. The manufacturing sector plays a very big role in terms of development, job creation. I mean, the list is endless. And the government has been trying to see ways of catalyzing the sector. We've heard of special economic zones that have been set up, and even also special projects to just try and catalyze this. And of course, one of them is also financing. However, in terms of GDP, contribution to GDP, there's been a decline from where it was in around 2018. Right now, there's been a decline in terms of contribution to GDP. And of course, why is this? And despite all these interventions that the government is trying, there's still the contribution to the sector has been declining. Is it that other sectors are moving faster, or what is the challenge? So next slide, please. Amongst the many challenges that the sector experiences, of course, one of them is access to affordable financing, especially by the SMEs within the sector. So there are other sectors that may not be finance-related, other issues. Our previous presenters have talked about the issues that have been macro in nature, like the issues of COVID that have affected everybody. But still then, access to affordable credit still remains a challenge to many SMEs. And that is the space in which KDC wants to play and to try and see how to be able to help and catalyze these sectors to be able to support them. So how does KDC then support industrialization? So like I'd mentioned earlier, is basically it's through provision of finance and also services that go with it to the sector. And KDC does this in 2 main ways. We support them directly and indirectly. Now, directly is direct financing to the sector. Indirectly, we support them through intermediaries, because KDC may not be able to reach each and every, especially the micro institutions, but how we support those ones is through intermediaries, where we give money to institutions that support the SMEs and for onward lending to the SMEs. So directly, how do we support? So basically, KDC can play 2 roles. We can lend, that is loans, and we can also take an equity stake. So you find a lot of institutions that have grown, and there are various institutions in various sectors that part of the shareholding is actually KDC. So KDC's, if the project is very innovative and can demonstrate the impact that is going to create to the economy, we are willing to even take an equity stake. This then helps the project or the project promoters to be able to crowd in financing even from other lenders. And once this investment, we consider that it has become mature, then we divest and we use that money to support other sectors. Other than lending, KDC also offers advisory services. You find one of also the major challenge that SMEs face, and even in the industrial space, is how do they package? When they want to go to a bank, you want to go to a bank to apply for a loan, or you want to come to KDC for that matter, to apply for a facility. How to present the application becomes a bit of a challenge. How to package your proposal that somebody can be convinced that, yes, this is a risk worth taking is a challenge. So one of the things that we offer as KDC is advisory services, and we do quite a bit of unpaid advisory. Some advisory services that we offer are paid for, but the bulk of it is unpaid for, and some of it is actually helping customers to package their business plans and the documentation that they require to be able to put in place to access financing. So we go to the next slide in terms of the type of loan facilities that we have. As I mentioned, we do direct financing, and for the direct financing, our main product is what we are calling there as project finance. Of course, we offer other forms of financing, like for working capital and asset finance, which is very critical to the industrial sector, because for industries, you need machinery, you need equipment, you need to put up maybe an industrial go down, a factory to be able to process or manufacture whatever you're manufacturing, if you're in manufacturing, that is. We also do support even service sectors. I'll be able to let you know some of our sectors of focus as we go along. But for the project finance is a critical product for KDC, because this is a facility that is suitable for infrastructure projects and also even to establish, to expand, to refurbish. So even if it's a startup, a greenfield project, you have a good idea, you've done your feasibility study, you can come talk to us. We'll partner with you. We'll even take up the higher risk, because we only need you to come up with, say, about 30%. We'll take up the risk of the other 70%, and we'll be able to put up that project. And once, of course, the banking sector sees how well you're doing, they'll be coming knocking at your doors to offer you banking services. Maybe at this juncture, let me just mention that KDC does not offer commercial banking services. We only lend. And so we work in partnership with commercial banks. So because you'll still need the banks to offer for you commercial, to open accounts, to run your day-to-day accounts with them. For KDC, we will just give you the loans, which then you pay back, or if it is equity, then we monitor it over an agreed duration of time, and once the project is mature, we exit. Next slide, please. So for the equity finance, I think I've mentioned, I've talked quite a bit about that one. But equity, we do it in both ways. We can take ordinary share capital, and we can take preference share capital. So for advisory services, like I mentioned, one of them, I emphasized on the feasibility studies, but this is not only limited to the feasibility studies. There's a lot of requirements by industries and by manufacturers funding to be able to support their day-to-day operations. So one of the things we do, other than feasibility studies, we also do fundraising, enterprise valuation, restructuring, and turnaround strategies, and we also even offer corporate secretarial services. So I just want to mention about some special funds. One of the things that KDC does, other than fundraising for customers, we do fundraise for ourselves as well, because we need to get enough capital to be able to support our customers. So one of the ways that we generate funds is also talking to multilateral lenders and partners that can be able to partner with us, either to support a specific sector or just to support sector-wide, but giving us funds that we sort of consider concessionary to be able to catalyze development within the sectors. So currently, one of the funds that we are having is we're calling it the Export-Import Bank of India line of credit, which is a facility that has been given by the government of India to Kenya to support small and medium enterprises acquire equipment from India. These are concessionary funds, and you can maybe talk to KDC, we can give you more information about it. If you want to get equipment from India, you may consider talking to us to be able to see what benefits that this line offers you to be able to get that equipment. We also have, currently we are working with the World Bank on a number of projects, but the project I would like to talk about right now is the one that we are referring to as DRIVE. DRIVE is an acronym for de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement of pastoral economies. So this is a facility, or this is a program that aims to support, actually de-risk that sector, and aims to improve the livelihoods of the pastoral communities. So investments along that value chain, from production all the way to sales, like feedlots, and maybe you want to do fodder, because I mean, we know that with the seasonalities, one of the things that hits the pastoral community so much is, sufficient feeds or sufficient food for their animals during the drought seasons. You want to process, do some value addition, you want to export, would be happy to support you under the DRIVE program. And this program also has a special component or a special treatment for women and youth. So it's actually also encouraging women and youth to be able to go out and invest in this sector. So the businesses that they start along this value chain get very concessionary funds, just so that we can be able to catalyze and ensure that the business continues. And whereas we want to catalyze and we'll give you concessionary funds, one of the requirements is that, of course, the business has to be commercially viable. It has to be something that is financially sustainable. So of course we'll take the project through an appraisal process to be able to convince ourselves that if we put money into this project, it's going to come back, so that we are able to, you're going to benefit from it as an investor, and the money we will be able to pay it back so that it can go back to supporting other sectors of the economy. As I had mentioned earlier, I would like to also just talk about our areas of focus in terms of sectors of focus. And our sectors of focus, as I had said, we are a government institution, wholly owned by the government, so we align ourselves to the government sectors of focus. So if you're in manufacturing, KDC is there to support you. If you're in tourism, if you're in health, energy sector, blue economy, which are some of the emerging sectors, there's a lot that can be supported there in terms of development. So blue economy, climate change, post-harvest management, ICT, and also, of course, in terms of the better, we are all aware of the bottom-up transformation agenda, so we are also aligned to that in terms of which are the key value chains that the government has identified to support, and those value chains, we are also supporting them. We are also working together. If you have investment in that value chain, please come talk to KDC. We are going to see how to be able to support you. So basically, that's how KDC is contributing in our small way towards the sector. And we believe that whatever little we do, and together working with the banking sector as a whole, we can be able to support the sector in as far as finance is concerned. Other arms or other organizations or even arms of the government in terms of legislation and other issues that are also affecting the industrial sector, cost of power and all that, those are things that together, working collectively and finance being available, we believe we can be able to turn around the performance of the manufacturing sector so that its contribution to the GDP is able to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Judy. Maybe another hearty welcome for her. A hearty clap. I think the next presentation, it has to do with the relation to standard, how we can actually be able to access the market. So our next presenter, and in relation to to what has been presented earlier, especially in pharmaceutical, is my brother, Dr. Njoroge Mbugua, the Director General of Anti-Counterfeit Agency, is going to talk about counterfeiting, counterfeit issues in Kenya, and how the organization is going to buttress the sectors which have presented in this area, especially when you talk of pharmaceutical, where they talk of substandard and counterfeiting. So maybe also you need to talk about, apart from that, how is it relating to competitiveness of our industries or our sectors compared to other countries. So with that, kindly welcome Dr. Mbugua with a hearty clap. Thank you. Use this. If you can't use it, just tell them to assist you. Then I knock. Okay. I knock here. Okay. Maybe you go beyond it. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. As Engineer has said, my name is Robbie Mbugua Njoroge. I work for the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, and the authority is a statutory body established through an act of parliament with the main responsibility of combating counterfeiting in Kenya, and more so creating awareness on counterfeiting. And when we talk about counterfeiting, maybe you can project my presentation. We talk about counterfeiting as one way of dealing with what we call intellectual property theft. And intellectual property is one of key laws and rights that have been enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya. And it includes things like trademarks. We also have things like patent, among others. And counterfeiting poses significant challenges to economies, safety, and the environmental, globally and in Kenya. When you look at our statistics, counterfeiting trade volume in Kenya arising from a study that we conducted in 2020 is about 826 billion. And that trade volume include counterfeit goods in various sectors. And out of that, the government is losing close to 600 billion. That is economic loss and implication. And within Africa, and I think we talked about the issues of pharmaceuticals, health and safety risks. It's about 500,000 people die every year as a result of use of fake medicines. And you can see in the next slide some of the products that are being counterfeited next. Include things like electrical appliances. You can see that. I hope you're able to see that. We have agricultural product, things like tea leaves, academic equipment, you can see that, health and beauty products. Virtually all the areas and all the sectors are affected, including pharmaceuticals. And you can see when you see in that photo, like when you see the fahari of Kenya, a normal person may not be able to distinguish between which is the fake and which is genuine. And sometimes it takes a lot of effort from our officers to be able to counter this. Then the next slide is what has Kenya done? The first one is that Kenya is one of the most progressive economies in Africa. It has enshrined the protection of IP rights in our constitution. Actually, we are one of the 3 countries in Africa, apart from Tunisia and Egypt, that have already enshrined protection of IP rights in their constitution. Then we also have statutes, Act of Parliament, and particularly we have an Act of Parliament called Anti-Counterfeiting Act, which establishes the authority. We also have Copyright Act, We have others to do with the plant varieties and the AfCFTA, among others. Then also we have institutions, and these institutions include the Anti-Counterfeiting Authority, Kekobo, and others. And we also have collaboration mechanism, where the government has allowed all these agencies to work together. ACA, we have KEBS, among others, working in collaboration. But also we have some challenges. What are the challenges? We can go to the challenges. We try and look at the challenges. Next slide. And these, I have put them in the word labyrinth, which is a complex maze. We have a lot of challenges persisting within the sector. And the first one is lack of unified national and regional and international legal regime. We have different regimes, like within the East African. It's only Kenya which has got a specific law on anti-counterfeiting. Other countries like Tanzania has one, but it is submerged with the competition. In Uganda, we don't have. In Tanzania, in DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi. The other one is amorphous nature of online marketplace. It's quite amorphous because there is no boundaries, particularly when people are selling some of these goods. They can be able to do it at the click of their button, and enforcement become a big challenge. B represent what we are calling baneful, meaning that they can be quite harmful to the health. They can harm people. For instance, if you take counterfeit medicine, the impact of that is quite huge on the health of the consumers. Then we also have yielding factors, because there's a demand side. People go for counterfeit product because of the price, because they are cheap and they are able to afford that. Then we also have resource-related constraints, because the organization that we work for, we may not have the entire capacity to man all our borders across the country. We also have issues to do with increased international trade. We have so many transit goods that are passing through our country, and perhaps it's become an issue. How do we ensure that whatever comes through this country does not come back, even if they are counterfeit goods? And that is becoming quite a big challenge. Let's go back to the slide. Then we also have ignorance by the consumers, because many people cannot be able to differentiate between a genuine good and a fake one. Then we have issues to do with negligence by the brand owners. There are people who do not care about enforcing their own brands. The issues to do with thwart, and which frustrate genuine manufacturers, because the power to prevent what the genuine manufacturers they are supposed to do as a result of these goods. And sometimes they also high in terms of profitability, because they have not done research and development in those goods, because they are piggybacking on somebody else's effort. Next slide. We have some case studies where some companies have actually suffered as a result of this, and I've indicated some companies there that have closed shop as a result of this. Some in the United States, Kodak in Japan. We have Power RCA. We have battery manufacturing companies like even our own Everready. You remember there was an influx of so many counterfeit products. Tiger batteries, they had to close shop and go to country like Egypt, where they are operating now. You also have some case studies. Next slide. in terms of what other countries are doing and how can Kenya also leverage in terms of making our manufacturing sector more competitive. In South Korea, the country has implemented a robust intellectual property protection, which contributes significantly to its rapid industrialization. Similar efforts have also been made in Brazil, which has made efforts to strengthen its intellectual property regime, particularly in areas like pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. Closer home, we have South Africa, which has a well-established intellectual property framework and actively participate in international agreements. And we also have Jordan, the Kingdom of Jordan, which has ensured that its IP reform ensured that they spurred international trade, which fostered local businesses and attracted increased foreign investment. And we have many other examples that we can give, but because of for the interest of time, I wanted to give only those three. And finally, we have the way forward. What are we suggesting as an authority? Number one, organizations need to apply technology, and they need to monitor their brands. They need also to engage with the government authorities like ourselves so that we can help them in that regard. Number two, we are also suggesting that we need to have cross-border collaboration across board within the East African community, within Africa, and across the world so that we're able to exchange the information and ensure that we nab and we take care of the interest of the manufacturers and genuine owners of brands. Then we have enforcement of laws. Now we are talking about Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. It has got a protocol on counterfeiting. And I think it's high time that countries start implementing that protocol. We also have trade-related aspect of intellectual property right, which is jointly implemented by WTO and World Intellectual Property Organization. We have also issues of consumer awareness, remembering that we have mentioned the issue of demand side, creating more awareness on the impact of counterfeiting on consumers so that they don't consume those goods. So that is the end of my short presentation. Thank you very much. Asante.
Thank you, Daktari, for that presentation. You can see how that organization is important and how anti-counterfeit or substandard products are affecting the existing sectors which are doing legitimate business. You can see one of the farms already closed down. It was a household name, Everready. It went down because of counterfeiting. So that's very important. Now, as I'd said, this is a session for standards. So with that, I'm going to invite Kenya Bureau of Standards. But before that, remember I said this session is on competitiveness. And when the sectors are competitive, they are going to access more market in Africa under AfCFTA as per our theme. So there is a relation between competitiveness and access to market. Now, our market is not only Kenya, it's the whole of Africa. But if you are not competitive, we will not be able to access. We will be net importers. So we want to invite Engineer Lukorito, who is the Director of Standards in KEBS, and he's going to present the Managing Director of Kenya Bureau of Standards, Madam Esther Ngare. So, as I said earlier, if you have the correct standards, then you are able to access more market. And then he's going also to talk about in relation to what all of us have presented, and also in relation to AfCFTA. Kindly welcome him with a clap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. They control for me the slide.
You can control from here. If there is a problem, then you just tell them.
Okay. I'm waiting for the projection to come on the screen, but as we do that, the projection is already there. I'll be very brief in this presentation, just to highlight a few areas of what we should be doing as a country and as a region in the East African community when it comes to using the same standard across the continent. Basically, our motto is here: one standard, one test, one certificate accepted everywhere. We don't want to have duplicity of certificates and requirements when products are crossing countries in the continent. Therefore, basically, that's what I'll be doing this morning, and demonstrate how important standards are in facilitating the implementation of the AfCFTA. Before I do that again, allow me to mention that CAPES is the national standards body, and is established under the Standards Act Cap 496 of the laws of Kenya, established in 1974. And our mandate is on four things. On three things, basically. One of them is standardization, which involves initiation, development, and implementation of standards. Then the second part is on metrology, which is the science of measurement. We do calibration. We also verify the measurements that are being used in the industry to ensure that the results they provide are accurate and reliable. That's the second mandate. Then the third one is on conformity assessment. I've compressed conformity assessment to capture quite a number of services that we do offer as CAPES. One of them being quality assurance for the industry, looking at inspection of products, also looking at market surveillance for those products that have been certified, but perhaps they do not meet the requirements of the standard and they're already in the market. We do regular market surveillance to ensure that those products continuously comply with the applicable standards. And we also do offer testing services as CAPES. Beyond that one, we have a training institute which provides training and ensuring that a culture of quality is entrenched in the country. It also highlights or enables the industry to see how they can implement those standards by interpreting them into a simpler terms so that they can be incorporated in their production systems. And we also do offer the certification systems. We've heard about ISO 9001 certification, ISO 14000. That's one of the services that we offer through our certification body that is also accredited. I'm very sure that those who have been in this conference have heard about KENAS and their role in accreditation. Therefore, our certification body is one of those that is also accredited and recognized globally. Going back to my presentation now, my presentation is on the, sorry, I need to control this, on the role of standards in AfCFTA. And this is properly aligned with the theme of this conference on accelerating a value chain through AfCFTA implementation. Now, basically, I'll cover a few things. AfCFTA, when you look at the barometer, AfCFTA, we are to have 54 countries across the continent ratifying this agreement. But as it stands today, we have 47 that have ratified, just a small percentage or number remaining to ratify. But looking at the requirement, it was a requirement that once the 22 countries ratify this FTA, then it comes into force and implementation. As it stands today, the AfCFTA is already under implementation, and we need to accelerate its implementation through standards. I've talked briefly about those countries that have ratified 47 out of the 54. We are on course, and quite a number of countries, including Kenya, have ratified already, and they're right in the middle of its implementation. Maybe somebody can help me to move to the next slide. I've already mentioned about the importance of us having one standard. And this is clearly demonstrated in Article 6 of the AfCFTA for those who have gone through it, that there are certain bodies that have been recognized under the FTA through Annex 6. Those are AfSec, the African Electrotechnical Standardization Commission. We have African Organization for Standardization. We have AFRAC, African Accreditation Corporation. We also have AfriMet, Intra-Africa Metrology System. Those are recognized under Article 6 of the agreement for the cooperation in the areas of standards, technical regulation, conformity assessment, accreditation, metrology, and including harmonization of standards. And the last part is very important because you cannot move even to the other areas if you do not have harmonized standards. Imagine if Kenya and Nigeria, for example, have a different standards, and you want to export your products to Nigeria. You have to test in Kenya, comply with the Kenya standards or requirements. And if you go to Nigeria, they stop your products, they want them to be tested against their own standards again, which complicates trade. But if you have one standard applying across the continent, then it means that once you have your product from Kenya certified to a particular standard, then it can flow freely across the continent and not need to retest again. That's why I mentioned one standard, one certificate, accepted, one test, one certificate accepted everywhere. Therefore, we just have one standard. Once that standard, the product is tested against that standard and they issue a certificate, that certificate is accepted across the continent. That's very important for us when it comes to AfCFTA. The second part is to promote the adoption of standards developed by ARSO and AfCEC. AfCEC, I've mentioned, it deals with the electrotechnical standards, but the ARSO deals with the rest of the standards, including all products and services. Therefore, the next thing is for us to accelerate. How do we accelerate the harmonization of standards? And one of the things we are doing as the national standards body is to already use the existing Kenya standards and the East African standards so they can be adopted at the ARSO level during harmonization. What does that mean? Then it means that our products, we find it easy to access other markets beyond the East African community. We are looking at 1.47 billion people in the continent as opposed to about 300 million in the East African region. Therefore, that means you're accessing 5 times the market that we have accessed if we are only dealing with the East African community. That's the importance of harmonization of standards when it comes to ARSO. Next slide. Therefore, harmonization of standards, again, I've already mentioned, have the potential to offer an efficient African infrastructure for the improvement, maintenance, and distribution of an appropriate range of standards, which will include improving the well-being of the African population, improve the cost, effective and sustainability, access of the products and the services. We're also looking at improving technical skills covering different fields and also developing informed users of standards. Therefore, beyond the development of standards, then we need to move to the next phase of implementation. We are looking at how can the industry use already developed standards to accelerate their products into the market, because standards can be used as a basis for product development. You don't have to reinvent the wheel and look for the requirements when the standards are already there. You just need to make reference to the applicable standards, then you move into the production phase and access the market as quickly as possible. And that's why we are moving to standards offering a passport to trade. As we all know, a passport requires you to move from one country to another, and therefore we are saying that once the product has been tested and has that certificate, and if it's acceptable across the continent, then it means that your product can move freely across the countries in the region. Therefore, they play a crucial role in facilitating international trade, supporting businesses in export markets by lowering barriers to trade. Therefore, you have a passport, your product cannot be stopped at the border. It flows freely, and you access that particular market. Then they play, I've mentioned about facilitating international trade, reducing technical barriers to trade, reducing production costs. I've already mentioned about reinventing the wheel. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You use the standard and develop your product as fast as possible. Next slide. Again, harmonization of standards is a very complicated process. And one of the things as we do this, we need to catalyze major trade across the regions, allowing companies to sell their products and services without the need for adaptation across multiple markets, facilitating access to markets and the global supply chains. Again, we are looking across the value chains. Across the value chains, not looking at the end products alone, but even looking at the small parts that go into production that can be certified and accepted to be used even in the assembly. Specifically under this, we have ARSO Technical Committee number 59 that is doing harmonization of automotive standards. And this, we are creating a lot of value chains in this sector so that even those who are producing filters, who are producing small components and they are certified, they can access markets in South Africa, they can access markets in Egypt, they can access markets in the West African region as well. And that's one of the standards we are doing to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA. We're also looking at increasing the efficiency of the industrial processes, achieving considerable savings in the design and improving quality products and the services. That one again narrows down to reinventing the wheel. Next slide. Then when it comes to conformity assessment, I mentioned the various bodies that are recognized under Article 6 of the AfCFTA. Therefore, again, we need to support conformity systems for improved quality products to avoid double testing of products by other members. I did mention about testing services that we do provide as AfCFTA. And one of the recognition that we need all the laboratories to have is accreditation. And it's also recognized under the AfCFTA Article 6. Once a laboratory is accredited, then that certificate is recognized across the region. And it minimizes the cost of retesting the product if it goes across. They just need to check the accreditation of the accreditation status of the laboratory that provided those results, then they accept the product. And all our laboratories at AfCFTA, as it stands today, are accredited and recognized internationally under the Annex 6 of the TPT. Next slide. Again, elimination of different standards. I've mentioned about, for example, if you have, for example, filter standard in Kenya that is different from the filter standard in South Africa or Egypt, for example, then it means that if you have to export to Egypt, you have to manufacture as per the standard. If you have to export to South Africa, then you have to meet the requirement of the South African standard. If you are exporting to Nigeria, then you have to meet the requirements of the Nigerian standard. You can imagine how many designs and different requirements you could be having in your production systems, producing the same filters, but meeting requirements for different countries. That's the importance. So that's why we are saying we need to harmonize the standards so that we only have one standard applying across the regions. Once you do the production as by that standard, then you don't need to have different requirements across the regions again. Therefore, again, it improves communication with regards to revised standards by use of common database. Again, we are creating a database at the ARSO level so that all countries can access the same standards, can have the same requirements, and that will improve communication so that when you are exporting to a particular country, they already know the requirements that's captured under the harmonized standards. And that's very important for us. The next thing is to avoid different labeling requirements. Again, when you have different standards, different countries applying different standards, then they'll be requiring you to label differently when you go to their requirements. Therefore, the importance of harmonization, again, is to just have one labeling requirement that applies across the region. And under this, we are also accelerating the certification so that we have the African mark, Eco mark, that is recognized across the continent, that if that product has that mark, then it's accepted everywhere. And that's a program that we're working closely with ARSO, with so many countries moving together so that we have a common mark that can be accepted for our products in the continent. And then the next one is provide the framework to promote harmonization by collective cooperation among our member states. And today, our MD is not here. She's already working on that particular point today, meeting with other African national standards bodies, CEOs, and see how they can accelerate that process of harmonization so that we accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA. We're also looking at contributing to the improvement of the health and safety of persons and to protection of environment in Africa. And all the standards that we are developing and harmonizing, we are looking at those three factors. We are looking at performance, we are looking at safety, and looking at environment protection so that our communities and populations are also protected. Then the mutual recognition of standardization marks. I've mentioned about one of the marks that we are doing, which is Eco mark, that will be recognized across the continent. If your product is certified against that and has that mark, then the product can freely flow. We are also doing what we call MRA, Mutual Recognition Agreement, as a pilot program among several countries in Africa. And I'm glad that we've selected quite a number of regions. In the East African community, Kenya and Rwanda has been selected to run into that pilot program. In the South Africa, we have Zimbabwe and South Africa. And then in the West Africa, we have Nigeria and Ghana, and then in the north we have Egypt and Tunisia in the pilot program. That's a pilot program that we are running so that our marks can also be recognized. If we do not have in the interim an African mark, for example, what we are working on Eco mark, then those countries under that mutual recognition agreement can recognize each country's mark. They can accept the CAPES mark. We can also accept the SAPS mark, which is South Africa. and Rwanda can also accept our product if they're certified against. That's the mutual agreement, recognition agreement that we're working. And I believe as we look at the industrialization this week, that will be a key milestone for us to have access to other markets as a pilot program. And again, that mutual recognition agreement is being left open so that when the other countries see the benefit that the pilot countries are growing from that agreement, then they can freely join. Therefore, we are looking forward to having all the 54 partner states joining that mutual recognition agreement, even as we work on the common mark. Then in the interim, we can be using each country's mark as a recognized and acceptable mark for products to flow freely. Finally, allow me to mention that the KEP's role in the AfCFTA standards harmonization is to accelerate, basically looking at harmonization of regional standards, African standards, and host several RSOTCs. One of the technical committees I already mentioned, RSOTC 59, that looks at automotive products. Kenya has already taken leadership of that technical committee and seeing how can we actually work with other partner states and ensure that our requirements, even as a country, are not left out in the harmonization process. Beyond that, we are also taking leadership in several technical committees, including the pharmaceutical technical committees. We're also looking at agriculture and spices technical committees and electro-technical committees, quite a number of them that we are taking leadership and also providing data requirement that we harmonize the standards with also viewing our internal requirements being captured in those standards. We're also initiating and coordinating the development of African standards with references to products which are of peculiar interest to African continent. At this aspect, again, we are looking at the value chains. What are the low-hanging fruits that we can tap into so that we accelerate the development of standards for those particular products? We've heard about African traditional medicine. At international level, we have had Chinese even developing international standards for Chinese traditional medicine. Then how do we work on the African traditional medicine as a low-hanging fruit to have a common standard applying across the African? That's one of the products that we have identified, including other products that we can harmonize standards for. Next. Again, under the role, we have adoption of ARSO standards. Of course, one thing is to develop an African standard. Then the next thing is to adopt the same. Therefore, we are also encouraging members within the African region to adopt those standards that have been harmonized. Because if you do not adopt and each country continues to use their own standards where we already have a harmonized standard, then that means that we have duplicity again still existing, and we have already worked very hard to have a common standard. Therefore, working with other partner states or member states in the African region to see that those standards that we have already harmonized, each partner state withdraws their respective national standards and then adopts the harmonized standard so that you can have that requirement of one standard, one test, one certificate. We're also promoting and facilitating the exchange of experts, information and cooperation in training of personnel in standardization activities. And as we stand this week, again, we have sent our experts to Nigeria to train other member countries under these aspects so they have the common understanding of the importance that we need to have one standard applying across the region. And that training is being undertaken this week again as we observe the Industrialization Week in Africa. Next. Next. I think that will be the last one. Perhaps one of the things that I wanted to mention is to encourage the stakeholders when we call upon you to participate in this process of harmonization. Again, it's not a Kenya-led, it's a stakeholder process. We want you to participate in those harmonization process so that your input as stakeholders and particularly the captains in the industry is taken on board so that we are not developing standards that will not be used, but they really capture the requirements in the value chains that we are discussing this morning. And for us as a national standards, we are committed to facilitate this process and also ensure that our requirements as a country are captured in the harmonized African standards to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer from KEBS. So the last two gentlemen were talking about standards and access to market. Remember, our theme is on AfCFTA. We were not able to get, he was our presenter on steel. I don't know if MRM is ready. If you're not ready, no problem. Okay. Something on steel, briefly, very briefly, 5 minutes. But as she is presenting, I was requesting the panelists, because you've saved on time, if you can come in front, the panelists, before the last presentation. Mr. Vimal, Honorable Saulo, kindly. We have Dr. Mbugua, he's left. Yeah. So just in front in case there's a question or there's a comment. Okay. Before the last presentation. I'll just oh yes, okay. CFO. Lucorito has left. Okay. Dr. Mbugua. Yes, KDC. Now I will allow Anne from MRM, Mabati Rolling Mills. Yes. Yeah, sorry, correction. We'll allow Jane from Mabati Rolling Mill to represent the sector. I think the sector has also developed, but let us give her 5 minutes as we settle down, and then I'll do some small presentation, then we'll have our last presentation. We've saved on time. Then I think we'll conclude. So with that, I'll request Jen to come.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to say something about the metal sector, or as it's also known as the steel sector. The steel sector is a strategic sector for this country and even for the region. Some of the steel sectors established in the country as far back as 1961, and that is including Mabati Rolling Mills, which turns 62 years this year. Some of the companies have also grown within the region to have similar manufacturing operations across the continent, and we are one of those with 8 other operations across Africa. That is Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, and Ethiopia. This sector is a big employer in this country. We are looking at 25,000 direct jobs provided by the steel sector, and indirectly there are 75,000 other jobs. This can run across to transporters, to fundis, to dealers, to distributors, and to hardware shops. The investment required in this sector is very high. If I may give the example of one company, you may find one company has invested over 5 billion shillings, just looking at the investment numbers in the last 10 years. And for the same period of years, the company has given over 9.5 billion in various taxes to the company, making the sector a very key player to the development of this country. But when you look at the challenges the sector experiences, I can group it in 4 broad sections. One of them is increase in illicit trade, and I'm happy it was mentioned in one way or another. Here we are seeing an influx of substandard products coming from other parts of the world. We also seen a lot of under-declaration or misdeclaration of imports coming into this country. And the impact of this is that any manufacturer who has invested heavily in the value chain, then they don't get the required value for their money, because they'll be competing against companies that have not put in the correct measures to bring the correct products here. The sector is also suffering from a lot of withheld taxes. Through a lot of exporting, you find then largely we have a lot of delayed VAT refunds. What this does is that it constrains the sector because cash flow becomes a problem. Then there is also high cost of doing business. One of the largest inputs into our manufacturing sector as steel manufacturing companies is electricity, or if I may call it energy. This comprises between 40 to 42% of our operating costs. What this does is that we are not able to compete with other markets where electricity is much cheaper, for example, similar goods coming from Egypt. Lastly, we have the issue of unpredictable environment when it comes to policy. Last year, during the budgetary period, we saw introduction of taxes such as export levy on steel products. This has a huge impact on how competitive we can be. So in finishing, our ask to the government is to support the sector. If it is VAT refunds, we would request for that to be expedited. If it is addressing illicit trade, our joy would be to see the slowdown of entry of substandard products in our country. And some of you may wonder, how does substandard manifest itself in, for example, roofing sheets? I'm sure you have seen roofing sheets that they were once maroon, or once green, or once blue, but now they look like a zebra, like my scarf. The paint has run down, and the roofing sheet is hardly 2 or 3 years old. In our case, we have introduced a product warranty, which lets you know that once you buy mabati rolling mills, you are able to come back to us in case of a problem. We also want to see strengthened border enforcement so that we don't have these products that are misdeclared, undervalued, under-invoiced coming into this market. Also, we partner a lot with the Bureau of Standards so that we can bring into their attention new standards that will need to be developed so that the entire market can move together at the same level of standard. With this, we are very sure that the metal sector, which has invested heavily into manufacturing facilities, some of them are actually world-class manufacturing facility, but yet you find they are not being utilized 100%. They are utilized between 60 and 65%. So we want to say there is room for the sector to grow, looking at the fact that there is capacity that has not been utilized, and more so to keep the jobs that are already there. I talked about 25,000 jobs. MRM alone, we are doing 1,000 jobs, and these jobs will need to be safeguarded for the purpose of growth of the industry. Thank you very much, and thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Jane from MRM. I think it was good also to talk about steel. If you talk about cement, also you need to talk about steel. I think we are going towards the end of our presentations. I wanted us to be a bit more interactive. We have little time, but we'll try. But I think it's good to recognize in the crowd some people. We have my predecessor, Engineer George Onyango, can just wake up, and he was a former MD of a numerical machining complex. And then we have Engineer John from Mobius. Mobius is a local Kenyan car. And then he had Mr. Ashit Shah. He's left, eh? Okay. Just before I call the last presenter, there's a presentation I wanted you to put. Initially, I didn't introduce myself. There was no time. As you're waiting for the last presenter, he's the one who will sum up everything in relation to what they have presented. We'll allow 1 or 2 questions from the plenary, and people here will answer. If there's something maybe important we forgot, you can mention, but the time is the one which is tight. Okay. We can just proceed, I think, because of time. My name is George Makateto. I'm from a numerical machining complex. This is a presentation. I'll be very brief. Remember, next slide. Yeah, this is the mandate, production of steel, engineering design, and manufacture of machinery and components. That equipment in green is a lathe machine only done in NMC. Next slide. Yeah, this is a car, it is there, we are displaying it. This was our former late president is the one who came with it. Originally, this is the first Kenyan car so far. We were not able to go to commercial. We are hoping we'll go towards that direction with the help of these people. Next slide. Yeah, we also, during COVID, we were able to do a bed locally. This is done locally, it's 3 crank. It is competitive enough. And it has been satisfied by KEBS, who is here. So you can see how the sectors are. Next slide. We also do pumps, okay? So we have 3, but you can do any pumps because we do foundry works, so you can cast any pumps. And Bimal has left. He is someone who will have taken up our products. So those are pumps. Next, only done locally. Next slide. We also do brick making machines. We even have the one on the left, and it's also be on display here. Okay, brick making. Next slide. I think this is a good area. We are only the people in the region. We are resellers of engineering software. We can do in manufacture, architecture, media and entertainment, construction. So we are the only resellers of engineering software. We also train. Next slide. These are some of the softwares which we do resell or training. We also offer training in CNC, computer numerical control, machining, and foundry operations. So we can machine any part, or we can also do casting of any part. Next slide. So I was just trying to be brief. We just need your support and, of course, prayers for us to go back to the original mandate of producing cars. Already we have CFAO who is here. We are collaborating. And I think yesterday there was Isuzu. We are also members of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So we are also related to that. So that's what I wanted to present. But in order to bring it home, I want my colleague, Mr. Julius Kirima. He's the Director of Industry in State Department of Industry. It also happens that he's the main organizer or the chair of this conference. After he presents, and I'm sure he'll engage them, when these sessions will come to an end. We also want the participants, maybe I'll pick 1 or 2, either to ask a question or to give a comment. Because of time, we will have liked more people to talk because these people have really given us a lot of content. Before Kirima comes, to just share what some of the areas the colleagues have picked is the issue of access to financing. Tax regulations is an issue. Okay, poor work ethic, inflation, policy instability, of course tax rates, infrastructure, innovation, foreign exchange, public health, and so on and so forth. So those are things we've picked, but you see the same things which you've picked are related to, have been picked by the Global Competitive Index as a concern. So my colleague is the one who has been spearheading the issue of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, and local content. So it's related to all of us who are here. So he's going to present. But please, after the end of this session, kindly don't go away for the closing session in the afternoon. Thank you very much. With that, I'm inviting Mr. Kirima. Kindly inviting with the hearty... Whoa.
Thank you, Jones. Good morning, colleagues. Can we have the presentation on Buy Kenya and Build Kenya? This conference is about growing Kenyan industry, and I hope you agree with me that when all is said and done, industry would be best placed when it starts by addressing our immediate needs. We are in a liberalized economy. And the reason why we are in this campaign of Buy Kenya, Beyond Kenya, is to talk to ourselves in a manner that makes us develop a taste and preference for the Kenyan goods and services. Otherwise, we will lose out, as we will soon find out how. We're in a liberalized environment, and the consumers' tastes and preferences are molded by what they see. So they see a product out there, and they are attracted to it, without necessarily having the knowledge of whether it is better than their own. We have found that we import more than we export, putting us in a precarious situation in our balance of payments, and that's why we're in debt. But you will be amazed. Some of the locally made products are better performing and cheaper than those we import. So what is the objective of Buy Kenya, Beyond Kenya strategy? The overall objective is to cause us to plow back, to invest some of the benefits that we derive from our economy in growing our economy further. When we buy local products, you cause the local industry to increase capacity, to invest in R&D, to come up with better products. So there's a lot of benefits. We have done an analysis of the environment in which we are trending, and we have seen that for a number of years, including the period now, that one covers 2015 to 25 to 2015. Our imports outpaced exports, and we were under very, very, very negative, a big negative balance of payments. When you go to our supermarkets, and I've watched Kenyans in a supermarket vis-a-vis foreigners. When some foreigners go into a supermarket, you think they are doing research. They are reading the details of the product. Some of them want simply to confirm whether that product comes from their country. And for the same category of goods, they will go for that and they leave others. There are many countries that have deliberately made it that they have to prefer their own. Our neighbors here, Uganda, who recently came around to find out how we are doing with the local content policy. They have even registered with a deliberate attempt to cause Ugandans to prefer Ugandan goods and services. They formulated Buy Uganda and Beyond Uganda a strategy to encourage consumption of locally made goods and services. And recently they have unveiled that obligates public entities to demonstrate that they have accorded priority to buying locally made goods and services. In Malawi, they have a Buy Malawi campaign aimed at improving business environment and competitiveness of domestic producers by strengthening procurement processes. In Tanzania, Tanzania Procurement Act provides for preferring Tanzanian nationals over anybody else selling in that market. Sorry for that. In South Africa, they have a campaign, Proudly South African, aimed at encouraging procurement of local goods and services. Even in developed world, you have a Buy America Act, where Congress legislated to require federal governments to demonstrate that they have given American nationals preference. There's a requirement that direct government purchases prefer American goods and services. And we have other countries in the world, EU, Ghana, China, Australia, Canada, Malaysia, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. These local content requirements are aimed at cushioning domestic industry. But above that, people talk to each other. And that is why we're in this campaign. We want to increase the competitiveness of Kenyan goods and services. And we want to do it together, not alone. We want to get your involvement. Government has come up with requirements on public entities, requiring them to demonstrate that they have utilized 40% of their procurement budget in the purchase of locally made goods and services. But that is only for the public sector. How about the rest of us? Buy Kenya Beyond Kenya strategy is meant for the good of us all. When you buy imported goods, you are exporting our jobs. If we have capacity to produce that same commodity, please go for the Kenyan one. In Kenya, it is easy to walk into a production unit and they see how things are done. And our Bureau of Standards have indicated they involve other stakeholders even in coming up with the standards. The Anti-Counterfeit Authority will tell you many of the counterfeits are imported goods. And some are not only substandard, they are also dangerous. But when we are manufacturing our goods, we can nip even that kind of problem in the bud, because we are able to police our production facilities. So job creation and the local economic development are key when we support local manufacturers by buying locally made goods. You will also recall, during the pandemic, COVID, There was a crisis as the developing world, including ourselves, handed to queue for the developed world to serve themselves first. Masks, the vaccines. But in that crisis, we came together under the chair of Kenya Bureau of Standards, where we assisted our local SMEs to produce masks and alleviated that fear. So they intervened at the time of need. Now that things seem to be getting normal, are we forgetting? Are we abandoning them for products made elsewhere? Countries are identifying with their strategic industries to ensure that they thrive and they continue supplying essential commodities. In Thailand, they have a slogan, produce what you use, and they use what you produce. So the market starts with yourself, expands to your neighbor. And that is only possible when we develop a taste and preference for Kenyan goods. One time at the airport in some country, some Kenyan youths appeared with their sweaters branded proudly Kenyan. And all of a sudden they had clapping and cheering from all over. One time I almost passed off myself as an athletee. I was in a training program in Japan. And I think there was an event where they celebrate Meiji Era, a period of great economic advancement in Japan. And among the events, there was some running around. And one of them was a marathon-like. And we appeared with my colleagues, also with our sweaters branded Kenya. And we could overhear other countries saying, this will be number one. But of course, we are never runners. And we were training even to participate. But every time we slowed down because we were getting exhausted, we overheard some fellows say, this is the winning formula. That is slowing down. So they would slow, and as they slowed with us, we would get rest, and they pick up again. We won. It is good to associate with our products. We grow industries together. And this campaign goes hand in hand with what we are saying here. We want to have academia work with industry, with the policymakers, to ensure that Kenyan industry takes off, thrives, and expands, to address the bigger African market. But that market must start with us. How many of you buy into this campaign? Is your neighbor with you or meditating? I believe there is everything good if all of us join this campaign. Let us demonstrate the same, a taste and preference for Kenyan goods and services. There we have jobs for ourselves, our children, our friends. And then we are assured of keeping the engines running so that it will never come a time for us to over-rely on imports for our essential supplies. So the COVID decision may have been a blessing in disguise because it made many of us reckon with the domestic industry. So this is my short message for this campaign, Buy Kenya Beyond Kenya. It is no longer only for the public entities. We should also registrate. Because right now, as part of past experiences, the requirement that MDAs, that is ministries, departments, and agencies, submit quarterly reports indicating how they have spent their 40% on the procurement of locally made goods and the services has not been consistent, and is perceived that perhaps there isn't a penalty for feigning ignorance of what local goods are. But we have worked with the industry stakeholders, and we are coming up with the guidelines. Currently, we have a preferential procurement master law that basically shares information on what products across the sectors are made locally. But that is not exhaustive. Let us join this campaign together. Buy Kenya, Beyond Kenya is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krima. I think that one, we are going to the end of our session. But I wanted to tweak it a bit so that we all participate. We'll give our panelists some time. But I want to give opportunity, including asking Mr. Krima, is there a student from Nairobi University here? Oh, they've gone for lunch. Okay. Could you assist me with some 2 mics, kindly? So, is there someone who has a question? I'll allow a few. Can I be assisted with the mic? 2 mics. Which one? Oh, this one, eh? So you can give them, eh? Oh, a student leader. So is it on? Yeah. You also have you're a student leader here. Yeah. Do you have any comment or question? We'll start with you. Just use this.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Maxwell Wasonga. I'm a student leader here at the University of Nairobi. I don't have a question, but just to congratulate the panelists. Thank you for the impactful knowledge that you've given to the audience. We are working on the mics. Yesterday, they also brought some, mayhems and headaches, but we are working on them to ensure that everything is okay. Thank you so much.
So Thank you. They are our hosts. Daktari, I think you'll go first. Short. Try and be short. If it's a comment or a question, quick. Here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mine is to appreciate the wonderful presentations this morning. There used to be a slogan by Nakumat that you need it, we've got it. Listening to the presentation here, I have actually seen that we've got what we need to really transform our economy. We have the financer from KDB, and KDC. And we have the industrialists. We have everybody here. So I think we just need to hit the road moving. Thank you.
Next. There. Okay.
Thank you very much. I go to the questions. Pharmaceutical, we have a problem with the refined sugar and the raw sugar in the pharmaceuticals. I wanted you to say something about that. On standardization, I chair Sugar and Sugar Products Committee, and recently we gazetted a code of practice to be used in the sugar industry. Now my information to you is that this information, once we have been gazetted, it needs now to reach the people, and this is where there is a problem. So I want you to talk something about that. I liked Mr. Busolo on what you said about the Ministry of Sugar getting into the Ministry of Industrialization, because it encompasses very many areas: energy, agriculture, industrialization itself. So maybe suggest that there is no harm with the ministry having a kind of a team of assessors at the ministry, so that they can be encompassing these ideas with the people of knowledge, and later on they can provide to the ministry, so that the ministry can act with an eligible position when they are giving their inputs.
Kindly, maybe that's enough. We give the others a chance. Be very brief, kindly.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Jesse. I'm in the energy sector. I buy and install solar panels, both for household, community, and the industry. My proposal is, it's good during the last 3 days. We've had very good presentations, and especially this team. We congratulate you and keep it up to that. But my concern is, for the last few years, technology is actually moving extremely fast. We've no time to wait for technology. Whether we apply it or not, it's changing, and we have to run with the technology. My comment on the numerical industry, and mainly focusing on the Nyayo car that they manufactured, don't you think it's time to change the vehicle and maybe design an electric vehicle that will suit both our Kenyan population and the world and the rest? Thank you.
My name is Dr. Angela Kidenji, and mine is to really congratulate this workshop and the organizers. They have really enlightened us in terms of what is happening in the country. Some of us out there were fearing that the country is coming to an end, but I think they have given us a lot of hope. But my question is, as you made your presentations, You haven't told us how far we can escalate. You haven't told us about SMEs and what SMEs are doing in terms of what they're processing, in terms of what they're innovating, and how far then we are able to escalate the innovations and the other aspects that have been presented in the workshop, and how far then they can be able to upgrade to the biggest industries, not only in Kenya and globally. How do you entrench the SMEs from the Kenyan small scales to the highest level in the globe? Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon. My name is Brian Osoro from the State Department of Industry, working under chemicals and mineral industries. First, I would like to thank you for the insights that you've given us on matters industry. So my question goes to Kenya Bureau of Standards. I have a small concern, especially on conformity assessment. We have these emerging contaminants like microplastics at the moment. My question is, are we having any levels that, are there any levels that have been set for our consumption, especially for the bottled drinking water? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mutibo Francis from Bungoma County. I have one issue already raised by Daktari, but I have an issue with the sugar industry. You will find that as the management, they actually secluded the stakeholder who was the farmer. He became a spectator. Right now, in Matungu, people sitting in Nairobi say that we are going to plant or do this and that. Matungu, they are saying, no, kaholola miazi kahuyera. Therefore, what are you doing as a sector? Because you deal with the farmers and the millers. How are you going to address that issue so that we can actually, because Matungu alone was actually providing almost 40% of the sugar cane that went to Mumia Sugar. Then secondly, still on the same, as you interact with the millers, you will actually agree with me that as you go to the recovered workshop, that is the mechanical engineering workshops, you will find that the workforce there, most on the milling and the shaping machines and the arc welding machines, is an aging population, is an aging workforce. What are you doing in terms so that we can actually have students who are from the university and our polytechnics take up those jobs, learn before these fellows exit? And lastly, I think this is to the organizers. We missed out on one point where we allowed the children were invited to address the Bureau, KENAS, and SCA. There are two things that our good ladies raised. One, the MRM raised an issue on misdeclaration. And the KDC actually raised an issue because I want to do business, I want support, I want grants from them. There's full disclosure of information that I must actually give. The person who should have addressed these issues is the Weights and Measures Department. Unfortunately, this person is actually missing. And I congratulate the Bureau of Standards because he mentioned metrology, but quickly ran away to industrial metrology. Did not deal with the common person who is the legal metrology. Therefore, please take note of that.
Thank you. John Kavila Kwinga, Technical Director at Mobius Motors. Thank you for the presentations, very insightful. Something of particular interest is from KDC and some of the support with being able to bring equipment supported through from India, because we actually do a lot of importation for those equipment. My question is, especially on the steel sector, automotive, steel is a very key thing. What would you say would be one of the most key thing that would help bring the cost of steel down? It's a significant factor to the cost of a vehicle, and moving forward, we will not be successful in the automotive sector without addressing that. Secondly, for standards, if we are building parts, we're innovating here in Kenya, we need to be able to have good standards, very good presentation on the standards. But for KEBS, how are you ensuring that these harmonized standards are easily accessible? I want to make a product, I want to sell it in another area of Africa. How are you facilitating me being able to get those standards? And more importantly, how are you helping in allowing us to be able to test the capability of meeting those standards, especially where you don't have that capacity yourself, being able to facilitate it so Kenyan manufacturers can be able to test that? Thank you.
Okay. In front here? Yeah. No, come here. Start from the front, yes.
Yes, good morning. As you've heard, I'm called Engineer George Onyango. Mine is like a comment, not a question. We have had for this the third day. One thing I want to put in the perspective is that we have discussed industrial processing, because we are dealing with products which are coming out and challenges we are getting out of those processed products. We have not touched on manufacturing-based industrialization, because manufacturing-based industrialization is where we address all the issues that are bringing output problems are coming from what we have called input, the motion industry, which cannot work well unless we are now address the foundation and the skeleton for the building of them. To touch on the question my friend has said about the auto industry. Auto industry is an indicator of the level of industrialization of a country. And the auto industry is a no-go if you don't touch on the issue or the material that makes the auto industry, that is steel. Cement, the people in the cement industry talked about the quantity of cement which is done, but what is hidden from that is that when you see cement product, under it, you have hidden the steel. Steel is the foundation for even the cement to come up. So the amount of cement you are using is commensurate with the amount of steel that is also there. We are dealing with the steel that we will call the redundant steel, steel that is no longer active once you put it, like burglar proofing, roofings and all that. That's redundant. There's what we call live steel, which aids in manufacturing in what we need. That is where we need to go to touch on. And I believe, I thought this conference would address issues that are leading to set up of the kind of steel for the manufacturing to assist the industrialization that we are in need of. Maybe if I can just give you an example of the people that we look at as the one that can drive to industrialization. The world makes 1.9 billion tons of steel, 1.9 billion. 1 billion tons is in China. That's 54% of the total steel produced. If you check the statistics, less than 20% of the steel they make goes into the market. And that goes for all other steel making companies. It means that the other 80% is participating in developing those nations. Be it the Korea, be it wherever, you'll find that only about 20% makes its way in the market. So we are not going to make much progress unless we address the issue of the manufacture of steel. We have picked here that we won't deal with the scrap, which is for the mini steel mills. Scrap valuable in an industrialized nation. If you don't have an industrialized nation, you won't have adequate scrap to industrialize. So the way to go is the integrated steel mills, which I think are the process that you've been looking at. But integrated steel mills are not done inland and where you have easy access to sea transport. So we are looking at, we need to go back and address where do we need to start and also do the steel so that you can even address the challenges of bringing up the auto industry. Because auto industry, which is the backbone of industrialization, is a no-go unless we touch the steel industry.
Thank you. The gentleman, yes, that one. Try and be brief, kindly, so that we can get more people. Otherwise, we'll cut other people off.
Yeah, thank you. Rioba Tobias Mariba from County Government of Migori. I'm a senior economist, and I want to be brief as I've been advised. I have a question that I would like to be addressed. This goes to Honorable Saulo Busolo. You've talked of sugar, a very critical sector on matters economic takeover and industrial takeover, both at rural and urban. Now, with the case study from Migori County Government, we have Sony Sugar. And we are all aware that there are some emerging issues and problems, right from fluctuating sugar price and also the impact of technological advancements on matters production. Now, as the sugar sector, Honorable Busoro, what measures is the government putting in place to address such challenges to ensure that those areas are fully industrialized for economic development and growth? Last question goes to Kirima on the good strategy of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. Now, we are aware there are some issues of market access for partnership. Now, what does the ministry have in place to address the challenges of infrastructure development, capacity building, so that such issues are also escalated down to the common mwananchi? For instance, in my county, we have Ketonganya sweet potato processing plant, which deals with processing of sweet potato flour and sweet potato purine. And if my memory serves me well, I don't think there is any factory in Kenya that does that. So what does the ministry have, or what are the mechanism that the ministry is putting in place to ensure that at least those products that are produced from Getonganya sweet potato processing plant meet international standards, also access the market both nationally and international standards? Thank you so much, and I'll be glad to get the responses.
Any other person? Okay, I'll give two. This gentleman here, near the pillar, and the person on the back. Then we can stop there.
Thank you. My name is Agnes Wambilianga. We deal with animal feed production. And my question goes to, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. So when it comes, let me talk about my field. Like the past 2 years, the cost of production has really gone up as compared to the other years. So you find that once the end product is released to the market, we have other competing products maybe imported from other countries which are way cheaper. So my question is, do we have a body or rather a regulatory authority that regulates how much we import into the country, and how many varieties or something like that?
Good afternoon. My name is Namasake Moses. I present Association for Manufacturing Sector Engineers.
Today, in fact, during the last 3 days, we've not addressed the issue of the role of professionals in the development of manufacturing. When we are discussing about education, you don't hold that function in the absence of teachers. When you're talking about security, you don't hold that function in the absence of the security officers. When you're discussing health matters, you do not hold it in the absence of the doctors and other health professionals. I want to believe that next time when you review this, the role of professionals in the development of manufacturing is crucial. It's actually central. The best way you can compare this is building a multi-story building with or without steel. So when you're building a house with steel, it's the same as looking at manufacturing by incorporating professionals. The other point that I want to also quickly put in summary is the role of power. As long as we are talking about expanding manufacturing and we don't address power, we will not achieve much. So I want to believe by the next session, which I want to believe is going to be annual, when we talk about another session like this, maybe 1 year from now, the issue of power should be dealt with finality. The other point which is very important is the weakest link to achieving the manufacturing vision we are having. I want to be very honest in this conference that the weakest link, in my opinion, is the government. As long as the government is, I know right now the government is the driver of manufacturing, but it's still the weakest link. There was a time I was working for Mumias. It was the best company, it went down. I was working for Firestone, the only tire manufacturing company in the region. It went down. How? Firestone survived on 100% orders from the government. It was actually constituting more than 60% of its revenue. So one day somebody woke up and said, we are not going to buy from this institution. And what happened next? It went down in the watch of the government. In other countries, the government will step in and make sure such institution does not go down. Just to conclude, I want to propose that as we look at this, as we conclude this session, we should consider having a manufacturing authority. I know it's something that may not have been thought of, but I would want us to consider something like that we have a manufacturing authority that is going to look at most of these issues that are coming up. What is being imported? Why is it being imported? Why are you importing things that we can produce here when we should not be importing? If you go down to Tanzania here, there are so many things they just said we are not importing. One of the last jobs I was actually having was in production of conductors and cables for use in the power sector. We were importing. You'll still find Kenya Power having a local supplier tender and foreign component. Why are we importing what we can produce in the country? It should just be very clear, we are not producing, we are not importing what we can produce. Simple. China, you cannot be able to send there what you can produce, what they can produce locally. They'll make it impossible. So please, as we make resolutions, we just be hard. Some of these things we just have to be difficult and just close them out altogether. Thank you.
I'm Sylvester Maina from Justice and Peace Commission. Mheshimiwa Busolo, your suggestion of transferring sugar from agriculture to industry is like transferring a patient from ICU to IDU. I was suggesting, in your experience as a member of parliament, don't you think it would be ideal to transfer all issues of sugar to the local level? Currently, we have county government, we have a cabinet portfolio there for agriculture or industry. Why can't you do everything there? You're only asking ministry headquarters to intervene. Watu wakichukua majembe na mapanga wanataka kukatana, alafu wanatuma maaskari huko kupoesha hiyo. Kenya Bureau of Standard. Before we used to see you everywhere walking around enforcing regulation pertaining to capes. Nowadays you're nowhere. I come from South Bay. We have a place called Shakahola nowadays, which came as a result of demolition of buildings at Makuti and Mabatini. There's some local brew which is being sold there in form of Muratina, where I understand is a mixture of molasses and yeast. There's a lot of complaints as far as stomachache and nini kufa, watu wanakufa. What are you doing about that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's enough for today. So I think okay, let us give the last one. Because of time.
Thank you. My name is Elkana Kimeli. I work for NMC. I think I was expecting that the ministry would actually take up the issue of taxation as one of the big challenges that affects manufacturing. And the reason I think the MD from Cosmos mentioned, tax used to be an incentive to encourage investments. But the recent past, the direction of government has been to take away most of those incentives, which ends up discouraging investments. And as we speak, we actually have a very big challenge even attracting the foreign direct investments as a result of taxation. So I think it's an issue that the Ministry of Industrialization cannot be talking of industrialization, yet you have Treasury taking away incentives that used to attract investors in that space. So I think that's what I just wanted to highlight.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can stop there. Maybe we'll attempt to answer all the questions, but also some is a take home for maybe the next conference. So what we'll do, Kirima, you'll speak last. We'll give the panelists something was said on KDC. Maybe you can answer.
Okay, for the KDC, I'm not so sure if it really exactly was a question. I hope I got it right. I think I'll start with the issue that I think the good lady talked about in terms of SMEs and how would we then assist them or escalate them to the next level. Of course, working with SMEs, we realize it's a multi-approach. So various issues affect SMEs. Like I'd said earlier, part of the problems that SMEs face is access to affordable finance. But other than that, there are also other myriad issues. When somebody is, maybe as an SME, you start operating maybe as an individual, just informal business, you need to formalize your business. You need to know, what do I do? What are the requirements for registration? Where do I go? Has this thing been, do I have to knock so many offices? And I believe even through the Huduma centers and all that, and other, approval authorities, this has been made a little easier. We can, we can see what can be done to actually be able to help SMEs maybe formalize businesses. Somebody has talked about tax regime and all that. What is being done about that to make it easy for somebody to actually formalize their business? Because I think one of the reasons why people fear to have those formal businesses, one of the things is that they say that maybe you start incurring taxes even before the business becomes operational and all that. And I think the government is trying to address some of these things. We saw the other day there were tax reliefs that are being given on penalties and such kind of things. We have the likes of Kirri that help. By the time you want to escalate your business, you want to know that this is something that is actually sustainable. You're not gambling, you're not making, trying. So you can be able to do your research and be able to ensure that in terms of technology, it actually does work. We have KDC that can come in and work with you, support you even through equity for the business to be able to set up. So I think there are many issues that it depends on really the circumstance of that specific SME. I think there was something about, there was something about the steel.
Maybe that one, you will leave it for someone else.
Okay, thank you.
Give this to Mr. Vimal. I think gentleman from Kidi asked about sugar. Yeah.
The difference between the two sugars, the pharmaceutical and the one that we get here, is the impurities, yeah? When I talk about impurities not in terms of consumption. In the pharma industry, it has to be refined a lot more. And the reason why you do it is because if there's any slight impurity, it's going to react with the active ingredient, okay? And we don't process our sugar that many times often because the volume is very little, so you won't get that take on. The second thing the gentleman there mentioned about why don't the industry sit with the treasury, yeah, and get this tax thing sorted out. I think they've tried, but the treasury then decides whatever they want to do. I'll give you an example. On the vaccines, a lot of exemptions were given. But if vaccines is just like medicines, why does the other medicines weren't given the same exemptions? So when it comes to drafting and follow through, I think that's where things get very diluted.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Saulo Busolo.
Thank you.
I think you had so many questions.
Yes.
Some we had actually talked about when you presented.
Yeah.
So just pick the ones which are new, but you really presented well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to first recognize the people, the gentlemen and the ladies who have asked questions or who have had concern in respect of the sugar industry. The sugar industry, as I say, it is really a heavy industry. It's something that can really assist this country. This is essentially a rural country. Most people in this country live in the rural area. Investment in the sugar industry going in the rural area is, in modern parlance, really modernizing or townification of the rural areas, the way M-Pesa technology has done to our people. So its importance stems from there. The difficulty we have is like the gentleman who asked about our lack of concern with the professionals. It's just basically a failure of imagination, one way or other. We need talents, we need professional thinking, we need skilled thinking, we need philosophers to just imagine that this industry could be turned from just being a sugar industry to a sugarcane industry, out of which now we can do cogeneration, we can do ethanol, we can do electricity, cogeneration, I've talked about it, chemical production of chemicals, and these are value-added things that will contribute to industrializing this country in one way or other. I'll give you an example in terms of how much money is in those sectors. But moderator, just give me a second. I'll refer to my notes here. Look at molasses. This industry produces molasses, for instance. Molasses is 3% of cane tonnage. And from the year 2011 to 2022, molasses sales in Kenya add up to more than 2 million tons, whose proceeds have all been retained by the millers. It's not been cascaded to farmers, and the gentleman from Sony, I think I wish to take note of that. If we assume an average price of 10,000 per ton, then it means that over 27 billion has been consumed by millers, and it has not gone to farmers. They've just been paid some money out of the tonnage of the cane, but the element of molasses from their cane that millers have utilized amounts between 2011 to 2022, according to SUCAM's calculation, to over 27 million, that if need be, we may take them to court. Ethanol. 1 ton of molasses yields 250 liters of ethanol. Other things being equal, we have about 132,000 million liters of ethanol, and at the price of 250 per liter, we're talking of 33 billion shillings, that ethanol could yield. So this is an industry, as I say, has a lot of wealth, but perhaps the distribution of that wealth is the problem. So if we go in terms of proceeds and pricing, you talked about pricing, the thing about sugarcane is that the pricing of sugar is not really according to what economists tell us of the law of supply and demand. Sugar pricing arises out of distortions in the market. Sugar is a very protected commodity. All countries protect their sugar industries. They put up barriers, there are other non-tariff barriers. Countries like Brazil, sugar is a byproduct, and yet they are the world's biggest, Brazil is the world's biggest producer. Brazil sugar arrives here at around 600 Mombasa, USD. Sugar here is double that price. So you can imagine the sugar that comes from Brazil is very cheap because it's a byproduct. So this distorts the pricing. So one has to be aware of that. The pricing is not really on the basis of strictly economic laws, and that's where there is a problem. In terms of technology, I've given you some aspect of the multifunctionality of the industry with multiple possible technological applications that are good for industrializing the respective area where that industry is situated. Regarding farmers, quickly, yes, it's true the industry as currently organized is really on an adversarial basis. Farmers don't like millers, millers don't like farmers, and this is not good. Elsewhere, in places like Mauritius, Brazil, South Africa, farmers and millers are very good. They have very, very solid relationship. But I said earlier on that I speak mostly on behalf of farmers most of the time. It's also a weakness on our part as farmers that we are not well organized. And not being well organized means millers may have taken advantage. So it's upon farmers also to organize themselves. I also, as a person, have a duty as a sugar producer to move up and down. But it takes resources, which some of us probably don't have. This is where county councils, county governments need to come in handy. The difficulty I have with the county governments is that none of them have any budget for the sugar industry, just like the central government. There is no budget for central government. There's no budget for sugar when it comes to reading the budget in this country. What happens, as I say, government usually responds to problems. When farmers have not been paid, it becomes a political issue, vested interests, these are voters, so government runs there to appease them. After that, nothing happens. So I think county governments need to pick it up, as a gentleman said, that perhaps need to transfer the industry from agriculture to trade, but county governments. But they should also come up and have a proactive capacity to see if they can own. The only person I think who tried that is Honorable Paranya with the Mumias. But the rest just seem to sing the tune of the Kilimo House to the detriment of other people. That's why some of us are strongly feeling, and as an NGO, we're going to lobby that this industry goes to where there is talent, there is thinking, there is imagination, and that's the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Investment. I think that's what I could say for now. There's so much to say, but
I know you have a lot to say.
Thank you.
You can allow Kebs.
Okay.
Kebs, you've been accused that you're only seen here. You are not seen. Maybe you answer that.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with the first question by a colleague who is a technical committee manager. I want to first mention that he would be in a better place to have responded to that question himself. But he mentioned about us having created standards and put in place across the value chain. But then the next step would be how to the market or the industry be aware that these standards are in existence and they need to comply with them. Allow me to respond that in a small way as KEPS, we've tried our level best to organize several workshops and seminars with targeted stakeholders who are directly interested in these standards to create that awareness. And I'm sure the chairman has been part of that awareness creation because, again, as KEPS, we use external capacity also to create awareness, including technical committee members. And in such sessions, we call upon the technical committee members and leadership to take responsibility to create that awareness, but we provide the support that they need. Therefore, again, we shall be looking at the stakeholders who are involved in those various technical committees and propose some awareness sessions and programs that could ensure that the standards that they have developed are not just lying on the shelves, but they are being used by the industry. Our clarion call has been always that we develop standards that are relevant to the industry, we develop the standards that are required, and also we deliver them when the market needs them, and most importantly, to ensure that they are used everywhere. And I think that's the area that we need to take direction. And we shall be leveraging on technology also, looking at the digital superhighway. How we do use such a technology also to create awareness and ensure that those standards are available at the places where they are required. Then the next question, still closely tied to that one, was about harmonization of the standards. I think it was at the back. Harmonized standards, how do we make them accessible again? We are looking at the same channels again, superhighway technologies, and also looking at how do we create awareness that actually these standards are available at KEPS. Because once we adopt them as Kenya standards, and then they are available within our boundaries, they are available in our libraries. We also have our online web store that we've created that those standards can be even accessed wherever you are. You don't have to come to KEPS headquarters to get a standard. You can buy from wherever you are and have it ready for use. Most importantly, we question about the cost again. Standards also cost money to develop. In the process, there is a small fee we charge also, so that those standards are sold at a fee, so that we recover part of the money that has gone into that process, and also to ensure that the work of standards development is self-sustainable. But we're also creating opportunities along the technologies that you can also access standard at preferential prices. That means that you may not be interested in the entire standard. For example, if you are a researcher, you may require maybe a particular section of the standard alone. Then how do we ensure that you can only purchase small section of the standard at a very reduced cost, so that you can access the standard and use it, but you only require a certain section, not the entire standard. And that's one of the things we are working on as KEPS. We also have subscription platforms where you can subscribe to quite a number of standards at a lower cost, because you are accessing so many standards, and then you are able to access those. Those are the options that we are looking at to ensure that those standards, including the ones that we have harmonized, are accessible by the users. I think there are quite a number of questions asked, but I responded to those two questions quickly. There's also the issue of testing. I think you also asked about testing, where we do not have enough scopes. How to ensure that the requirements are all tested. I believe Keras has been here in the conference, and they mentioned something about accreditations, where they can accredit even private laboratories with the capabilities and extended scopes to test certain parameters where we are not able to test. But again, within KEPS, we are building capacity and expanding our scopes in the test laboratory to see that we test most of the requirements that have been captured in the standard. But in exceptional cases where you cannot test a certain parameter in the standard, and there is an accredited laboratory with that particular capacity, then we can utilize that laboratory to test and verify the requirements for that particular parameter that we are not able to test, because again, testing is a very expensive venture, and in exceptional cases, you can test all parameters. But conventionally, we will be able to test certain parameters, then certain laboratories can also test certain parameters. But most importantly is to have an accredited laboratory, such that the tests coming from that particular facility are reliable and accurate. On animal feed, I think Director Kirima will respond to that one, whether any controls for imports and the varieties of animal feeds coming in. But allow me to respond, Director Kirima, that when it comes to trade, where there are harmonized standards, as a requirement in WTO, you cannot restrict a product flowing across the countries, especially in the East African community where they have a common protocol that products can flow freely. The only barrier will be that if that product does not meet the required standards. But if it meets the requirements of the standard, it becomes very difficult for that product to be restricted from entering, especially in a common market like the East African community. And as we move up to the AfCFTA, again we have a harmonized African standard. It will be more difficult for any country to restrict a product to flow across the countries if it meets the required standard. That means that we have to innovate and be competitive again so that we ensure that our products access those markets and be competitive at all times. There was an issue of mixing molasses and sugar. I think that was the last one that was asked by our colleague on the other end. Again, it's very important to note that our mandate is to ensure that the products that are being produced and marketed meet the minimum requirement. But specifically on the issue of molasses and the sugar mixing and making alcohols that are dangerous to the consumers, I think it's a multi-agency task that we need to involve the other agencies, including NACADA, because it borders on criminalities again. Therefore, again, in that space, we are working as various agencies to see that the products that consumers are consuming are safe, and are also meet the requirements that are specified in the standard. Therefore, we're working closely with the other agencies. As KEPS, we cannot do it alone. We need other agencies that are also regulators in the sector to assist us so that we also see that the products being consumed are safe for the consumer. But most importantly, specifically on that issue, we realized as KEPS that this is a product that is already in the market. Therefore, we went ahead and developed a standard for Changa, if you may call it. Changa for that purpose. And it's available, therefore, we are working again closely with NACADA that those people who are working in that space are operating in a safe manner, and the product being produced as Changa is also safe for consumers. I think that's something that we're working on closely, but again, we have our market surveillance team that moves around to identify those outlets that are producing products that are harmful and injuring consumers so that we address them at source. I think
that will be enough.
I've responded to most of them.
You might not respond to every. I'll allow MRM to respond on the issue of steel. Then we'll allow Kirima to call it home.
Okay, thank you very much. On the issue of steel, I think the challenge that we have been given is on two fronts. One is how do we invest into backward integration? I want to mention, as earlier mentioned, the steel industry in Kenya has grown. It's, MRM is one of the oldest, so for 62 years, it has been trying to grow the integration. I can tell you in the 60s, we were only cutting sheets and ready to put it up on the roofs. But with time, we've been able to invest in metal coating, color coating, cold rolling, and that has seen the industry grow. So what you mentioned about the production of steel in China being at about 1 billion tons per year, I can say right now, the country has just seen the first backward integrated production, which started in last year, in 2022, and it is actually a very heavy investment. We are looking at a plant that could have costed somewhere between 45 and 48 billion Kenya shillings to put up a manufacturing facility that will give us 1 million tons of steel per year. Still, this will not be able to satisfy the entire cross-section of requirements. It will be able to process iron ore, and out of that we'll get billets, rebars, and wire rods. The rest of the industry is still depending on hot-rolled coils, which we are getting mainly from Japan and from China. This depends on the technology of the blast furnace to just mine that iron from the ground, bring it to the top, and roll it into a thick sheet, which we import. So we are not yet at that level where we can invest those kinds of money. I have talked about 45 to 48 billion Kenya shillings to put one plant, which will employ about 1,500 people. So we hope with time, the country will be able to have that kind of muscle to invest. Then there was a question about the role of professionals in the industry. I just wanted to mention, in the case of Mabati Rolling Mills, we engage the professionals a lot. We have engagements, almost quarterly engagements with engineers, coming from Engineers Board of Kenya, also officials from Institute of Engineers of Kenya. We also work closely with the architects from AAK, and also the quantity surveyors from Borax, and this initiative has been going on for quite some time. The last one is bringing down the cost of steel. As I mentioned, we are importing hot-rolled coils from Japan and China, and what we do with the National Treasury every year during the budget cycle is to make sure that these products fall under the category of 0%. The country has It has 0% for raw materials, 10% for intermediate, 25% for finished products that are not found in this country, and 35% for finished products that are produced in this country. So we make sure the raw materials, like hot-rolled coils, they come at the lowest band, which is 0%. That way we are able to transfer that preferential treatment to the final cost of the product. There are other inputs that contribute to the high cost of steel, and I mentioned one of them, which is the cost of energy. You find just one company running at between 62 and 65% of utilization of capacity, paying a bill of close to 110 million per month. So you can imagine that is about 43% to the cost of production going into the final product. So as we look at the costs of steel to the country, we need to look at the various factors that are contributing to that high cost of steel. Some of them are in our control, like efficiencies within the factory. And I mentioned we invest continually to make sure our facilities are world-class production facilities, but others are in the hands of the government. For example, the cost of power or the tariffs that we impose on products that are coming out of this country. Thank you very much.
Because of time, you wanted to give a final comment? Okay.
Thank you. My name is my executive earlier, so I'm with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. I'd just like to make a very short comment on a question that I believe Dr. Angela Kithinji asked about the SMEs in relation to counterfeiting. And this is on issues of intellectual property. Counterfeiting has to do with infringement of intellectual property. As the SMEs come up, we are encouraging them to protect whatever kind of intellectual property they have, particularly the trademarks that they come up with, because as they grow, with time, their trademarks are also infringed on, and when they are not protected, they stand to lose if the counterfeiters come in and they are able to claim ownership. So we are urging them to protect their intellectual property, be it with the Kenya Industrial Property Institute when it comes to the trademarks. If it's about issues of literary work and music and all, then they go to the Kenya Copyright Board. So the institutions are there, but we need them to protect so that we are able to enforce, we are able to cover them as government when it comes to the infringement. Also that as they are coming up with their innovations, it is also good to be able to differentiate between issues of re-engineering and issues of counterfeiting, because you find that some of the SMEs, without knowing that maybe it is wrong, or sometimes they will do it wrong knowingly, they infringe on the trademarks of other companies. And once they do, and a case maybe goes to court and it's determined that products are destroyed and all that, then they lose a lot, and sometimes you find that they end up just collapsing. And lastly, I also want to comment on the professionals, where they're calling upon that we work with them. Yes, also with the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, we're looking at, in our alignment with the BETA, with the bottom-up transformation, economic transformation agenda. That is one of our targets, that we really need to reach out to the professionals so that we are able to address counterfeiting within their professions. And therefore, engineer, we are very happy to work with you, and we are happy also to reach out to professional bodies. Lastly, allow me to just comment from Sony Sugar. I think somebody talked about quite a bit, but not on Sony Sugar, specifically. When you look around right now, there are a number of bottles that are lying on the ground. So I just want to throw a challenge to the intellectual property rights owners, to the manufacturers of consumables. What do you advise the consumers to do with your packaging materials? These packaging materials are being collected. Some products are filled into your own packaging material, and they will be resold back to the consumers as if they are your own. What are you doing with them? And what are you doing to secure your supply chain? Your packaging material, when it comes like to Sony Sugar and all the others, how do you get them? Are you sure that your packaging material is not being sold to other people so that they put out a product purporting to be your product when it is not? Because when they do, they take your market share. So we would want to have maybe more conversation later. Thank you very much, Chair.
CFO, you okay? Okay. Before comes in, let me give 1 minute.
Actually, it's not. I'm not responding as KEPS, but as an expert in the field also on the reduction, on the cost reduction for steel, and specifically, other than what Jen has mentioned about working with Treasury to lower the cost of the imports. I think for us as a country, and as we move into the space of industrialization, the core would be for us to start with the iron ore and manufacture our own steel. And I'm glad that some industries are taking this initiative, looking at the natural resources within our boundaries and start to manufacture steel from iron ore, generating a value addition from the resources that we already have so that we can also be competitive. Therefore, again, as we start, we may not meet all the quality requirements of the product range that will be required. But again, we need to move up and industrialize further and see which elements are much in the ore that is already in the country and how can we reduce them so that we meet the quality requirements when it comes to either ductility or brittleness. How do we reduce some element, and how do we add some elements that can make those requirements, that can make steel meet specific requirements, as our colleague was mentioning about the automotive steel. If you add some element, you reduce some elements that are increase brittleness, then you can be moving towards meeting the requirements of automotive steel from the iron ore that is within our country. And there are quite a number of areas. In Kwale, I think other areas will be available. Also, we have ore that we can generate our own steel and be competitive with the rest of the markets like China. I submit.
Okay, thank you very much. Panelists tried to answer. Maybe they didn't answer all the questions. So if the people ask questions, if they can share with the rapporteur. Is there a rapporteur around? One? Oh, one is here. Third row. So if it was not well answered the way you wanted, or it was forgotten, it's a possibility. But on the issue of steel, yes, the question was right from Engineer Onyango. But now we have one integrated steel mill, which our colleague here talked about, but it's not adequate. It cannot produce all range because some of the ranges, it is not economically viable for them to produce. So those ones you can import. So those are the challenges. So even if you have a second one, they might fall into the same problem. So countries like China, because their volumes and the demand, they're able to do and consume locally. So I agree with you. On the issue of professionals, true, maybe you can clarify, but we had a session the first day which was talking of what skills do we need to industrialize. And we had panelists, maybe if he's more specific on each areas. And the panelist was an engineer Simiu, Dr. Edwin Tarno, Dr. Robert Karanja, is a medical doctor, chairman of CAM, Mr. Richard Mteti. So it was actually covered. But maybe specifically, maybe for future conferences, which areas do you want? Maybe we are not covered. On the other issues, maybe we can stop there. They can be picked, and I hope in the next conference it can be covered. On the issue of NMC being modern, already now NMC is not doing a vehicle, okay? But it is producing parts for now, for the vehicles which are being done now. And NMC participated in the production of the EV vehicle. I'll not mention more information. It is local, it will be launched soon. So it's not us. Us we can also support. But it's not only EV that is modern. I think CFO is targeting hybrid vehicles. Okay? So it's not only EV, even hybrid vehicles. Otherwise, locally, we have 14, they might not be big, 14 manufacturers who are in the new era of technology. But to sum it all, in most of the issues, I think here also, the first day, Professor Kojima presented something on industrial revolution. In the world now in the fourth industrial revolution. But technically in Kenya, we are still on the second. We have not even moved the third and the fourth. So sometimes we have to be careful what we are talking about. Countries like Japan are in the fourth. As we are struggling with the second, we have not even gone to the third. So those are the issues which we need to think about. But in order to also save time, I want Kirima to take us home. There are questions you asked about Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, and any other question, SME, and so on and so forth. After this session, I think you'll go to second floor here. All of us, you can go second floor for, I'm told, for tea first. I'm not sure. I think you'll be guided later, and you will guide you accordingly. But Kirima, take us home.
Thank you, John, for that very well conducted session. Let's give John Makateto and the team here a big clap. And let me answer a few questions that again touched on some aspects of SME where John just left. As he mentioned, and in response to what is it that we do to ensure that the products of SMEs are quality and able to assess markets. And this is important because we are in a liberalized market. And our customer is very keen on the value they get for the money they pay. So they will not go for a product of SME because it's an SME. Whether you are an SME or big business, the scenario is akin to putting a dwarf in a restaurant court with those big giants, we call them yokosunas. You can imagine such a fellow with a dwarf. That is the business environment. So what we are doing to make sure that the SMEs don't lose out, we help them to make sure that their products are quality. And to demonstrate how, as we are talking here, there is a training going on in Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, where the collaboration between the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry and the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan has drawn a team of experts who are now training the first crop of 21 experts who will be now trainers for the others. We have drawn 10 from private sector, including from manufacturing SMEs. They are being trained on lean manufacturing in line with the fourth industrial revolution. Why? Because we have realized that SMEs too need to be competitive. They need to cut down on unnecessary costs. Because at times we can be blaming cost of production on other things, but it could be ignorance. So those enterprises that are now being trained, already they have learned to appreciate that you can actually do some what you would call automation without necessarily increasing costs. You look at your in-house operations and you find out what you can adjust from the resources you already have. So we are carrying them along. And between our institutions, Kirindi, Kenya Bureau of Standards, ACA, KIPI, we used to have an initiative which we are now revamping, the 5K initiatives. The 5K is referred to these institutions, where SMEs would be walked through a process of getting their products certified for quality. There was also a question of, is there anybody regulating what comes in? And as director here from the Bureau of Standards noted, we're in a levelized market. And it's not like a gate that we close. No. But we have regulations and standards for what comes in. And only those are allowed. And we have our institutions. Kenyan Bureau of Standards will check a product coming in for standard. And they will buy entry to those that are not. Anti-counterfeit authority will want to make sure that what is coming in are not counterfeits of our products. And we have competent authorities for various products, from pharmaceuticals to other edible products, to mechanical, to electronics. So these institutions are put them together under what we call multi-agency team that is able to police our borders. But again, as you live in this country, you know it is not a fence we have drawn. So there are designated entry points. But there are characters who will always sneak through some other route. And therefore you find those merchandise here, and you wonder whether there are any controls. On the professional engagement, I want to tell you, by being here, even for this forum is deliberate, we are reaching out to academia to engage with industry and the policy makers, even on matters policy. We started this engagement way back, and I'm sure now you know academia listens to industry, even at times to review their curriculum, because they want to train for the changing needs of industry. So this triple helix of academia, industry, policymakers gives space now for professionals to plug in. In the developed world, you find a university like this one as centers of excellence for particular or respective modes of manufacture. If it is food processing, you find that there are most modern equipment for food processing. So manufacturing industry goes to benchmark themselves at the university, and they are professionals. A number of our officers have witnessed this. That's what you will see in Denmark and many other countries. So this is a kind of ecosystem we want to instigate to exist also in Kenya, so that we draw from our best minds on matters industry. And as my colleague mentioned, we are under very lively engagement on the first day. What skills do we need for industry? So we are at it, and there is room to carry everybody along. There was a question here on taxation. And I want to tell you that the ministry doesn't sit on the opposing side of the industry. Today, why you have not seen some colleagues here who are with us yesterday, they are involved in a discussion with a relevant parliamentary committee on the Finance Act 2023, where industry has indicated they are uncomfortable in a few issues. So government reasons with the industry. Every time a budget comes out, the teams from industry, from manufacturing fraternity come together and to review the impact. And where industry is found to be hurting, government has been responsive. So as we are talking this morning, there was a team that is discussing that particular aspect. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your very good contributions. And may we give ourselves another clap. At this juncture, as the chair of this session advised, we will take a health break, but may request that you don't leave after that health break. My PS informs me that they will be coming to join us with His Excellency Honorable Johnson Sakaja, the Governor of Nairobi County. He is our host, together with Professor Kiama. They will also be joining us. Professor, welcome to us here. He will be here again to see us off. So let us participate in the closing ceremony. They will come, they will join the exhibitions, they will tour the exhibitions for 30 minutes, and then we all convene here. Don't miss to be sent off with the blessings of the Governor of Nairobi County and the VC of Nairobi University, who have hosted us for this function. Thank you. Panelists, I'm told a photo for you. I see our end of public communication is already here. One of them and your team. A photo for the panelists here. We can. And then we take a break. The rest, let's take a break. And at 2, please let's convene. Let's come in very fast and get seated, colleagues. Your Excellency, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, the Governor of Nairobi County, the PS State Department for Industry, Dr. Juma Mukwana, the DVC, Academic Affairs, Nairobi University, Professor Ogengo, Julius Ogengo, the Chairman, Deputy Group of Companies, all protocols observed, colleagues, delegates, presenters, exhibitors, students, academic community, fellow Kenyans, good afternoon. Mine is a humble opportunity to invite you all at this closing ceremony of a conference that has been going on for the last 3 days, the first ever Kenya Industrialization Conference. Your Excellency, this was an opportunity to engage academia, industry, and the policymakers to engage on matters industry. We had 3 days very lively discussions taking place here. Concurrently, exhibitions were going on, and you see the level of exhibitions that were there. We are challenging ourselves, academia, to work with the industry, the policymakers, the county government, the national government, to roll ideas from the classroom to the market. So mine is now a humble request, starting with now our host, who has been our collaborator in this event, the University of Nairobi. We sat here last year but one, and they promised to engage in matters industry, and I see it happening. Professor Julius Ogengo, take over and give us your remarks.
Very well, our chief guest for this afternoon, Your Excellency, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, Karibu University. I haven't seen you around in a long time. It's nice to see you. Principal Secretary, State Department of Industry and Trade, Dr. Juma Mukwana. You whispered something to me, Karibu. All of us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everybody. I said good evening. Yes, that sounds better. First, I would like to bring to you very warm regards, greetings from Vice Chancellor Professor Kiama, who stepped out of town this morning on another assignment. My name is Julius Ogengo. I am Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs. I am truly delighted for several reasons. The most important one is a sense and spirit of partnership that this brings out. The industry linkages to academia for us at university have been a little lax. We made a commitment earlier on, 2 years ago, that we'll be working deliberately to strengthen that linkage. We identified some key areas that we are going to begin with. And we have done so deliberately. We've reached out. And so it's not by accident that this particular conference was hosted here. Reflecting on the preparation that went on, the discussion that went on, the exhibitions that we have seen
and the discussions that we have had over the last 3 days are a true testament that this is gaining traction. And it's very exciting. It benefits everybody, it benefits the students, it benefits staff, it benefits the nation, it benefits the world, it benefits humanity. The second reason is seeing things that people are doing. Sometimes when you don't get to see what others do, you think you are the only one doing something. That has been a true eye-opener, that Kenyans in different spaces are doing truly wonderful things. And so then that has been a real inspiration to our staff, to our students, and that they were able, some professors were able to participate, the students are participating, staff are exhibiting things there, the true spirit of nationhood. And then you see that sense of partnership with everybody, building and making the university truly vibrant. This morning, only this morning, the Minister for External Affairs of India came by, and as we were waiting for him down there at the foyer, could see the amount of truck coming in and out, and where are they going? They are going to the exhibition. They are attending this industrial conference. We felt very warm to have all of you here because it brought in the third source of my excitement: university-government linkage. And now this afternoon, it is crowned. Ladies and gentlemen, many places we've gone to, they are university cities. The other day, Governor Sakaja was saying, we've done badly, my brother. The university ought to partner with the county government to do more for everybody. And so when I was told this morning that the governor is coming around to close, I was very excited. I suppose that by shaking your hand and saying, Karibu, we have opened the way. So when we now say, Governor, can we meet, sit and see what else we can do as a follow-up of what we saw this week to make the life of people living in Nairobi better? It will be for a good reason. And everybody who has come from all over the place to partner with us in the organization, in the exhibitions, in everything that we displayed, is a very inspiring thought. So for me, therefore, as we are coming to a close of the conference, what remains then is not to be said, is to be done. All the things that we have seen, all the things that we have said in this legendary Taifa Hall, the words we spoke are to be implemented. The exhibitions we saw, many of them being told these are prototypes to reach the commercialization level. They want the market to improve. So we all leave this conference, we leave this Taifa Hall, better people. I invite each one of us to just ask, in which way am I better because of this conference? Thank you very much. God bless you in the journey that has just begun to implement some of the ideas we gathered during this workshop. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, Professor Ogengo, for those very kind ones. The University of Nairobi being a host for this event. It was in the River Lake. I now ask a representative from industry. We sent the conference. Okay. I'm being reminded by the PS about the national anthem. I want to be sure that we have not missed what if They finished as our closing, and our national anthem is also a player. Is it agreeable? Thank you so much. To complete the triple Erics, industry, academia, industry, and government. Now a member of industry to give us remarks, Mr. Narendra Guru, the chairman of Depkin Group of Companies. Please.
Hamjambo. His Excellency, the Governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, as good as President because the Governor of Nairobi is actually Kenya. The PS of Industry, Bana Mukwanga, other members present, student of Nairobi University, Jambo, Tena. I'm also Chancellor of Egerton University, and I'm used to talk to the children. But today is the time to talk about the industrialization in the country. As a Devki group, we are employing 11,000 Kenyans in our group. We want this kind of 20 companies which can remove the unemployment in the country. It is only possible when we are committed for the country and to make our country self-sufficient. Industries in Kenya has gone a long way. We are talking about 2030 vision, industrialization, and industry is the mother of employment. If we don't protect the industries, especially the mega investment and the mega industries, we will never be able to achieve the real industrialization in the country. Today I have come to learn, Bana PS, that the government of Uganda have imposed the duty on imported steel $200 last month, while they are not manufacturing that item. It's just if you close the nose, I am an industrialist in the country, and if you close the nose, we have to open the mouth. If we put the duty and banned something like His Excellency have campaigned actually, that I want to put the levy on the furniture, levy on the paper, levy on the steel, levy on the cement, levy on many things. There is a reason behind it, that then only we will see the mega industry in the country. Then people will be forced to put the industry which can be sustainable, which can be saving our foreign exchange, and also which will create the job in the country. Everybody is importer in the country. I'll be very honest to say that. We all used to import the raw material in the country. Now, only the first industry which has started and opened by His Excellency the President in Samburu with the investment of 45 billion Kenya shillings is government have given the protection that if this item is imported, there will be levy and there will be duty. So we save the foreign exchange, which is very, very precious for us. We can't get it. And if we don't protect that kind of industry, we will not be able to attract other industry in the country. I congratulate the PS. The first time in the country we see such conference. Doesn't matter if we see the few people attended the conference, but we see all industry have put their stall. And this is the beginning of industrialization. And this is the way we will achieve. I congratulate you to taking the bold step, which was not done in the past by any government. I congratulate this government to protect the industries and the job of Kenyans. Whatever we have, all the world is facing problem of unemployment. It's not Kenya. All the world is facing the problem of dollar. It's not us. All the world is facing the problem of the living standard is not allowing the income what they are getting, because the prices of everything is gone up because of the devaluation. And to stop the devaluation is only we have to become self-sufficient. And self-sufficient we can become only by using local minerals and producing the items which is been imported and stop export of our foreign exchange and our jobs of Kenyans. We as Egerton University release 15,000 graduates every year. They don't have jobs. Same way Nairobi University, I'm a trustee of Nairobi University. We release so many students, but there is no job. They go everywhere and look for the job. Why? Because there is no correct policy has been put. It is now has been put by this government, and we support, and I hope that will be there for a longer period, so that other investors of outside also comes in Kenya, invest and give the job to our Kenyans. And that is the more precise than anything else. One person gets the job because of your levy or because of your duty of imported item. Even one Kenyan gets the job, we have done the job. Because the biggest problem in Kenya is employment. And we want to make sure together that we will create the employment. I congratulate once again to the PS Mugwano that what you have done and taken the step towards the industrialization. I hope that we achieve 2030 industrializations, the dream of the country. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Guru. Those are remarks from a renowned industrialist. Our next speaker will be the PS State Department for Industry, Dr. Njuma Mukwana. The PS mooted the idea of holding this conference, noting that industrialization should have been at the center of discussion in this country. He came up with this idea and instructed us how to do it. PS Karibu. After this, you will invite the chief guest, His Excellency the Governor, and once the Governor is through with his remarks, we shall have the closing by the national anthem and the EAC forum. Karibu sir.
Asante, Julius, Your Excellency the Governor of Nairobi, the Vice Chancellor, Academic, University of Nairobi, my brother Narendra Guru, the chair of DEFCI Group of Companies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, when we conceived this idea about 6 months ago, we did not know where we were going, but what I found is that when I joined the State Department, there was a lot of blame came. Somebody was blaming another one for something that was not happening. So the idea behind this conference was to bring all these divergent views of industrialists, big and small, academia, and you saw it here, professors from Dedan Kimathi, from Egerton University, from the University of Nairobi, the county governments. We had a lot of policymakers here. PS for Trade was here. We had the chair of the Council of Governors, Her Excellency Anne Waiguru was here. Yesterday we spent the whole day with Dr. Tuoma on issues of leather, textile, and we have spoken. We have seen what we are doing, and on exhibition here we have seen the final products. We have seen the big boys and girls, MRM, new KCC, DEFCI, but we have also seen small ones. The whole idea was for us to come here to speak to each other, to learn from each other, to cross-pollinate our ideas. And so today marks the end of our 3-day celebration of the Kenya's Industrialization Conference 2023, the first ever to be held in Kenya. Even for me, I was surprised that 60 years after independence, nobody had thought it wise to put this together. During these 3 days, we have been able to engage in very enriching conversations on matters of industrialization. We have been candid, we have been open, we have discussed our challenges, we have discussed our opportunities, we have seen what we need to do. We have had presentations, we've had panel discussions, we've had questions, and we've had answers. Some of them may have been sufficient. Some of them may need research to investigate more, and that's why we have the university here. This forum, in my view, was very good for even students, master's students, PhD students, that want to understand the direction and the future of manufacturing and the social, economic, political issues that affect our manufacturing. Every year, we have very high ambitions. Every 5 years, we come up with big plans, but at the end of those plans, we find that we have made very little movement. And I think these 3 days, we have had time to interrogate the way we have worked, the way we have implemented our programs. We have seen why we are where we are. Enthusiastic delegates have also made proposals on what needs to be addressed. So we've had a lot of proposals. We discussed leather, we discussed textiles, we have discussed sugar, we have discussed automotive, we have looked at all these issues, raw materials, agro-processing, and we have witnessed with great encouragement your immense support and goodwill in the various aspects, all culminating in a very, very successful conference. We have equally received your very sincere commendations for organizing this conference, a clear demonstration that this conference was necessary and timely. One of your clear and loud recommendations is to make the Kenya Industrialization Conference an annual event. And so mine is to promise that this was the first one. Next year we'll do even a bigger one, and we'll still bring it back to the university here because this is where we belong. As a student of this place, and also having worked in academia, I see a lot of blame games. People say the students we are teaching cannot interact with industry enough. We say, so this is the opportunity for us to go where the university is. As an alumni of this university, I am happy to be back here. So next year, we will make this 10 times bigger. We will bring in more manufacturers, we will bring in more county governments, we will bring in more policymakers, more academicians, so that we can discuss even some of the recommendations that we have made today. We will attempt to implement them, and next year again we come back to review what we will have done. Indeed, subsequent Kenya Industrialization conferences should be occasions to consider and analyze our state of industrialization and to strategize our next steps. We have tendered our support and willingness to forge and strengthen academia, industry, policymaking with a view to driving ideas from the classroom into the market. All the ideas, the good ideas that we have in class, whether they are research results, whether they are theories, they belong to the market. And the best way to test them is to take them to the market and see how the market will receive them. The annual conference will facilitate us to draw from our common pool of data, expertise, and knowledge, which is necessary in order to have meaningful impact. As we come to the closure of the conference, I wish to pay special tribute to the many, many actors that have made this successful. First of all, I want to thank my minister, the CS for Investments, Trade and Industry, who opened this conference on Monday, Honorable Rebecca Miano. She was very, very supportive. In her absentia, please give her a clap. I also want to really thank the various counties and the governors that have made this event successful. We've had in these 3 days, we've had the chair of the Council of Governors, Her Excellency Anne Waiguru. Yesterday, as I said, we had Dr. Paul Otuoma, and today we have His Excellency Johnson Sakacha. And in the room here, we have a lot of CECs and chief officers from various counties of Murang'a, of Bungoma, of Busia. I saw somebody from Mandera. Please give the county governments a clap. I want to thank the organizing committee led by Julius Kirima. Julius, kuja hapa wakupigie makofi. They have done a wonderful job. Julius is a director of industries in my state department. When I told them to do this, they said, we have never done it. And I said, That is why I want you to do it. And you can see what they have put together. Please give them another clap. We have had, as you sit there, you've seen all the sponsors. This conference was self-sponsored. So when I started talking about the conference, people asked me, where will the money come from? Because government doesn't want to sponsor you to go and talk to yourselves for 3 days. We reached out to you, the industries, the universities, and you all came forward in a very big way. To all our sponsors, please give them a clap. And this includes the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Kenya National Federation of Chuakali Association, UNIDO, the Council of Governors, the DEFCI Group, MRM, KCB, Equity. I can't name all of you. Please give them a clap again. I have 10 semi-autonomous departments, semi-autonomous government institutions under my watch, and they all were very, very supportive, and they were all exhibiting. If you are coming from any of the semi-autonomous agencies from within the State Department of Industry, please stand up. Semi-autonomous agencies of the ministry. So we've had the Kenya Bureau of Standards, the KIRIDI, we have numerical machines, we've had Kenya Industrial Property Institute, Scrap Metal Council, KENAS, Rivertex, Kenya Industrial Training Institute. We have 10 of you. We really appreciate the support that you have given this. Please give them a hand of... the media houses. The media was very, very important. We've appreciated your support, led by the National Media Group, KBC, we've had Royal Media, all the players. Please give them a thumb. The team from the State Department of Industry that have had to be rapporteurs, and all the work that you've done. For us, we are humbled. We did not put up this for us to lecture you or to teach you how to do it. We really brought you in a room where you could speak to yourselves. And I think that these 3 days have been very, very practical. We had very good panel discussions here, and we also had practical ideas outside how to commercialize this country. As I said on Monday, this country has a lot of potential. Africa is the next frontier for manufacturing. As I said on Monday, the African population of 1.2 billion makes up 17% of the world population. And yet, our share of manufactured products in the global market is only 3%. So we are 17%, we are manufacturing 3%. Our rightful share should be 17%. I gave you the example of Europe. Europe is only 9% of the world, but they are manufacturing 25% of all manufactured products in the world. So the place where there is potential is Africa, and we know why. We have the raw materials, we have young, talented skills, and we have all the things that we need to make manufacturing work for us. So I really want to thank all of you, and at this juncture, allow me to invite His Excellency the Governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja. Please stand up to welcome him. Please give him a clap as he comes.
Thank you. Oh, asante sana. Yeah. Please, let's be seated kindly. Asante sana, Bwana PS, for the work you've done in bringing together, for the first time, a conference, convention of such nature. We should be asking ourselves why we have never had such a discussion. The DVC of the University of Nairobi, Professor, my friend Guru of DEFCI, and all who are here today. I'm told we have CECs and chief officers. I don't know if there are any. I know I can see mine from Nairobi. Maybe they can stand up from any other county. From the counties, yes. Tafadhali tuwapigie makofi. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know many of you, but I know Maureen Njeri is my CEC for business and hustler opportunities. And Musiria is my chief officer, is also alma mater here. Is chief officer of health facilities. Asanteni sana. It is truly a pleasure, and it's always for me a moment of joy, and I take great pride whenever I see what this institution, this great institution, which molded many of us and molded me in my journey of leadership, what it's been able to do over the years. And the more the University of Nairobi shines, the happier we are. So Prof, yes, we are happy to engage because this is a hallmark of our city. It is not just a landmark, but it has contributed greatly to what Kenya is in many aspects. The University of Nairobi. It's the university that starts with the article the. Others are universities, others are colleges, but this is the University of Nairobi that I'm extremely, extremely proud of. It's a pleasure to join your deliberations about the future of industry in Kenya. And a pleasure too for me to host these deliberations in the county that is at the heart of it all. Now today my take is quite simple. Regional manufacturing. Kenya should be the center of value addition for the region. Today, 2 parts of the world are rising up to take their place, and their proper place at that. That is our continent of Africa and the Indian Ocean world. The rim of the Indian Ocean is ringed by many of the world's fastest growing economies. Its countries host almost half of the largest cities in the world, many of which will in coming years make up entire economies in their own right. Our geography gives us unique opportunities in this scenario, and we must take advantage of it. To take advantage of it, there are a number of things we must do. We must rebalance our traditional foreign relations. While maintaining our ties with, of course, our traditional Western partners, we must, as Africa and as Kenya, take advantage of new opportunities in Asia and the Indian Ocean region. At the same time, East Africa remains the anchor of Kenya's security, trade, and investment. And of course, we want shared prosperity, which means, and I'm glad that our president has taken the lead, it means relooking at how we see our borders, to have open borders, so that they can stop being barriers, but rather bridges between our countries for the free movement of people, goods, and services. Cross-border funding of infrastructure projects will ensure trade and investment within the region continue to grow, and with them, Kenya's economy and opportunities. The sense of collective purpose that comes from EAC's integration will be very vital for our prosperity. That is the background, and that is where we are today. Now, prior industrial policy, Bwana PS, is aptly captured in the phrase import substitution industrialization. Though the idea and the practice of that import substitution industrialization goes way back in the mid-colonial era. The aim at that time was to entirely build industries behind tariff barriers in the hope of replacing our imports. It did not work as well as we had hoped. Inefficient monopolies ended up being built and protected. Government could not always afford to supply the capital in the quantities needed. Fuels and intermediate and capital goods were hardly ever replaced, despite the import substitution imperative. Kenyan farms were subjected to intense regional and domestic competition by subsidiaries of multinationals in the name of industrialization, and the skew in production had unwelcome political consequences. It is time for us, as Kenya, as East Africa, and as Africa, to think of and to try alternatives. And I'm glad that the triple helix of industrialization is what is represented here. We are where people think. So it's time for us to think of the alternative. It has always been said that trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So the alternative that we must look at must respect 4 core aims. One is to attract investment that signals Kenya's readiness to be a competitive location in the globalized production of goods and services. 2, to assist outward investment and exports by Kenyan farms, just like the DEFCI group and many which are represented here. 3 is to give Kenya a voice in the bilateral, regional, and the multilateral fora, where the rules of trade, commerce, and industry are set. Because if we're not on that table, and I always say, if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. No matter what we do here, if we're not at the table where international norms and standards of trade, commerce, and the rules are set, then you're on the menu of it, and you'll always be on the receiving end, no matter what you do here. And fourthly, to support Kenya's industrialization by cluster strategy. Now, according to the OECD, value-added trade, the intermediate inputs in producing goods and services, constitutes 56% of world goods trade and 73% of global services trade. Borders are repeatedly crossed at different stages of processing. And sometimes even our local borders within countries become a barrier. A consequence of the dramatic drop in transport costs following the liberalization of trade and investment and improvements of ICT have led to that. Private investment and trade are the core of this international production. Again, multinational value chains, many of whose links are held inside corporations, now account for almost half of the value-added inputs to exports arising from the services sector, with even manufacturing exports requiring geographically dispersed servicing from sectors, like software development is no longer geographically compact. It is anywhere in the world from wherever you are. Branding, marketing, and customer care. So we must think globally while we act locally and be aware of all of these factors that are around the world, yet we are blessed with the gift of our geography. Now, value-added trade can contribute to high growth in developing country GDPs. And I'll give you an example. China's dramatic rise is the most obvious example. Even as foreign firms generate 70% of China's export. It is global firms that are generating that huge chunk. Only 30% is locally consumed, despite the size of the country. So value-added trade must be what we think about as we look at industrialization. Now, Kenya, broadly speaking, should learn from China's example. From our perspective, our enterprises and workforce are increasingly services-oriented, and regionally, they do have a competitive edge. There's a competitive edge to the services that we're producing as a country. Now, just as China was able to take advantage of manufacturing and growing the manufacturing by opening itself to firms willing to put production in China and supplying the business, the skills, and infrastructure that they needed, there is no reinventing the wheel. So too, Kenya must capitalize on its regional advantage, on IT skills, on IT, on infrastructure that is unparalleled in this part of the world to capture a significant portion and part of the value embedded in local parts of the relevant global value chains. That is extremely important, and it's a low-lying fruit for us, Kenya, with our obvious advantages. Recall that Kenya's new industrial policy strongly emphasizes clustering of relevant industries. That clustering, Bwana PS, in my opinion, and of course you're the gwiji, you're the professor, and but in my opinion, and in practice and in my experience, that clustering cannot succeed unless there are large markets for the products. And that is especially true for manufactured goods. Now, and that is because Kenya's own demand for these manufactured goods is insufficient to support the clusters of the requisite size and scale. And that is why we must think beyond the artificial boundaries between our countries. We must move in the spirit of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. Otherwise, our small countries do not provide opportunity for scale. For those of you who've lived in the village, and I may not have, I was born just actually 1.6 kilometers from here, and I've lived in Nairobi throughout. But those who've been in the village, if you get a goat and tie it to a rope, to a tree, using a rope for 2 hours, and then you let it go, it will still remain in that circumference. It does not move beyond it. It thinks it is still bound by that rope. The colonialists put us in imaginary lines and small cocoons across this continent, that it is easier to go to Germany than to Nigeria, or to trade with the US than with Angola. And so because of that, we've been unable to create and to take advantage of the demographic dividend of Africa. A young continent, a median age of 19, in some parts like East Africa, almost 17. The skills, the ICT, the geographic dividend of Nairobi, the center of the world. In 5 hours, you're in Dubai. In 8 hours, you're in France or in London. In 12, you're in New York. A population that can speak to any part of the world, proper language. But we've not been able to do that because when you invite huge manufacturing to just provide for 50 million, what we need to take advantage of scale then is lost. And so we must stop looking at our neighbors as competitors, but as partners. We must start looking at the East African market. And ESC must talk to COMESA, must talk to SADC. Then we must talk as Africa. That is only when we'll take advantage of external markets, whether regional or even further afield. Indeed, this is exactly the course that has been followed by Kenya's most successful new production cluster. And that's just an example in the fruits and the flower horticulture. The fruit and flower horticulture subsector has grown by piggybacking on prior networks that were established for tea and for coffee and opening new markets. Perhaps half of Kenya's flowers enter the European Union through the Netherlands, which until recently was a non-traditional market. In fact, it was even a non-traditional route for our exports. Kenya horticulture is a model from which we can learn and from which we can understand that it's time to think of alternatives, it's time to be creative. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I believe that industrialization within the region is a way to go for Kenya, with Nairobi being a major cog of driving the trade and growth. Nairobi, of course, is home to about 80% of the total number of industries in Kenya, most of which are located in the industrial area, Babadogo, Kariobangi. Thus, this capital, not just of Kenya, but of the region, plays a major role in driving our country's industrial growth. And that is why I'm grateful, Bwana PS, for the invitation to be part of this. Though at the tail end, next year we'll be with you from the beginning. There's a lot we're doing in this city. In collaboration with the Ministry of Industrialization, the county government is setting up an aggregation and industrial park in Hospital Ward, Mathare Sub-County, just on Thika Road. When you pass the Mathare Mental Hospital and Utalii, in between that huge piece of land, is where we're setting up our aggregation and industrial park. This park will mainly target, or primarily, as we begin, at the preliminary stages, we'll target artisans in wood, furniture, and metal fabrication industry. We expect to create 100,000 jobs along the value chain, from the existing estimated 20,000 among wood artisans and 10,000 amongst metal artisans in the next 5 years. We want to use this as an opportunity to complement the work that is being done in affordable housing. All of those houses that are being done, in Nairobi, the doors, the windows, and all of this that is required, and whatever machining we can do, will come from that aggregation industrial park, and we're setting up our young people to take advantage of that. It is meant, of course, to complement the existing industry, create jobs and goods that penetrate regional, first of all Nairobi, then regional, then international market. And we can do it. Once you start, with whatever small it is, you can do it. At some point, if you look at the journey that I've just described of China, it's the same industrial journey that Italy took. It's the same journey of the Industrial Revolution. Manufacture, manufacture, manufacture. Produce, whether it is t-shirts, produce, refine, copy, if you can. We can't be talking of manufacturing, and at the same time, we are chasing people around for counterfeit. Just because a bulb is not Philips does not mean it's not a bulb. If somebody is trying to create a bulb, let them build it. If somebody is trying to create an item, let them build it and let them refine. That is why today in China, if you go, you'll find Nike, you'll find Sony with a Q, but you'll find whatever category of products. People have stopped talking about whatever had been seen as counterfeit or copying. And of course, imitation is the deepest form of flattery, but they talk about the highest quality of products. Even the Apple phone is manufactured in that same China that we're saying we're copying. So we will be shooting ourselves in the foot or cutting off our noses to spite our face by stopping young Kenyans from being creative, from copying, from just building and from creating. Please create, create, create. We will allow you to create. Of course, in addition to that, and I'm not advocating for counterfeit, Guru, but I'm saying that it is the same, even in the US, they use the same model. They talked about political stability at all costs, they reduced power, they moved less than 42 years ago, China was just an agrarian economy. Yeah? People were in the villages, it was hugely rural, until they started moving the cottage industries and just allowing and incentivizing and taking advantage of the advantages that God had given them, leveraging the advantages that God had given them. So of course, as I've said, the primary target for that is the affordable housing of supply of fixtures and fittings. We're establishing 22,000 units, and I'm glad that my administration has made progress in that. We are doing 7 of our old estates in the urban renewal, and that is adding into what the national government is doing with affordable housing, and we're partnering into that. But also private sector projects will be happy to take advantage of quality products manufactured by our young people. Many of these young people, I've seen some of my friends from Ngong Road, all they need is certain machinery that they don't have for the small curvature, for the metal work. If they just had that, if you see what they're producing with what they have, we ought to be ashamed of ourselves as government. And that is why we're investing 1 billion, PS, on top of the KIPE, 1 billion in equipment, for common user equipment, that any young person with an idea, any young person seeking the market can come, can use that lathe machine, can use whatever is required there to produce his goods, and will incentivize and encourage. It is not just about, being pro-business and pro-industrialization is different from saying we are tolerating industrialization. The stance that has been taken in the past is tolerating, that it's okay, we will not tax you too much, it's okay, we will give you half energy tariff at night. That is tolerating. For you to industrialize, you must be deliberate and aggressive and proactive and go out of the normal way for a consistent period of time, 10 to 20 years, consistently doing it until you get it right. And that is what I'm encouraging colleagues in leadership to do that. Of course, additionally, as I move towards closing, the county government has earmarked the construction of 20 markets in the next 5 years, and we have started. That is creating 4,000 trading spaces, and is expected to create more than 10,000 jobs. This includes markets in Mutuini, Karen, Maji Mazuri, Jujo in Embakasi East, and Kahawa West. We also have the national government through the State Department constructing another 10 markets. We were able to negotiate that, and we're happy. We provided the sites for those markets to be done. I want to close, ladies and gentlemen, Professor, Vice Chancellor, PS, everyone who is here. I want to close by talking about one last challenge, because it needs to be mentioned. Given the history of large and infrastructure projects here, and the difficulties of achieving sustainable growth that Africa experienced some decades ago, one finds, and especially when talking to students at the cusp of their future, just at the launch pad, sometimes it finds that many of us have given way to cynicism and despair, and a lot of skepticism. Some of us have lost the self-belief without which it is impossible to improve our lot. I hear whenever the president talks about the KIPEs, I see cynicism. When we say that we can industrialize, I see skepticism. I see doubts. We will never be able to do that until we change our attitude. We must stop looking at ourselves as Kenya, as our journey of industrialization, at Nairobi, in terms of what it has always been, but Bona PS in terms of what it must do. And that's why I'm very proud that we have you there, because you're charting, paths that were never charted before. In as much as this is the first time we're doing this, let us think without any barriers. Let us move beyond the black and white lines that divide national and county government, that the silos in the ministries, that you can only go to this extent. Let's move beyond that. Let's change our attitude, because that attitude of cannot do is the biggest enemy of industrialization and manufacturing. We dare not let ourselves be distracted by negative narratives, which one still finds in too many quarters. There's too much negativity. There's too much negativity on social media. There's too much negativity in our discussions. Most people, you ask them, how are you doing? Nangangana tu. And that person has just made some money. You know, in the Bible it says, out of abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. That there's power in the tongue. Let us start talking positively. Let's start talking about Kenya as an industrial giant of the region. Let's talk about Nairobi as the capital of manufacturing on the continent. The more we do that, we will convince ourselves as well. But we shall align our faith with our action to get it done. Otherwise, it will not be done. We look to our past to find examples of African success against the odds. They are there. And we gather courage, we gather the courage to try again. But let the past examples be just examples. I have seen the Nyayo Pioneer 1. It is a past example. It's nice to remind us, because you cannot know where you're going if you don't remember where you're from. But it must also make us question ourselves, what have we done in the years since Pioneer 1? We should now have been in Pioneer 20, which is no longer powered by petrol. It is electric. It is looking at our climate action imperatives, because we can do it. There are Kenyans doing amazing things in many places. Prof, I was in Saudi Arabia a few months ago. The team doing the Riyadh Metro is led by a young man called, what is his name? Actually, his name is almost like yours. I think he's called Oginga or someone. Yeah, I'll get the name. He's called George. That's his first name. He's a Kenyan. And it's the same team that did the Dubai Metro. Why don't we have a Nairobi Metro? We must have a Nairobi Metro. You know, we must think, because Kenyans are doing amazing things. If you go to Aramco in the same country, you find Kenyans are the ones leading in technology. When you go to the States, when you go to Asia. But because we have shackled ourselves and talked down ourselves every day, we thrive in those WhatsApp groups you're in. Actually, if you look down on your phone, look for a positive message. It will be difficult to get. We must start thinking about our country positively. And we are glad that our president is leading us in that cause. So let's gather our strength, ladies and gentlemen, and start and continue the work of industrializing our country and our city of Nairobi, of course, and the nation as a whole. Thank you so much. Na Mungu awabariki. Asante sana. So maybe on behalf of the PS, I will declare I'll declare our first industrialization conference officially closed. Asanteni.